Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? How's it going, Panis? Hope everybody's week is off to a great start. Mine's gotten off to a pretty good start, I've got to say, though I did almost sleep through when I was supposed to stream. I got home from a walk and sat down in my nice comfy recliner, just, relax a little bit, and the next thing I knew I was starting to snooze a bit, and then it was time to stream. But I'm here. I'm awake, I promise. I have my water. It's too late for coffee now. Kinda wish I had thought of that earlier, but it's how it goes. It's a Monday. We're allowed to make silly little mistakes like falling asleep in a recliner for a bit, But I'm feeling pretty good now, and I'm really excited for tonight's games. Witness to Destiny, I wish... That's true. There is no such thing as too late for coffee. There is such a thing as too late for coffee and a good night's sleep. Hey, Felly, how you doing? Tonight's game, though, I'm very excited for because it is Rygar for the NES, which is a super cool, really early, almost Metroidvania-style game. Feels weird to call it that, considering that it predates most of the games we consider Metroidvania, including Simon's Quest. I believe this predates it by a couple months. So it's a 1987 title by Tecmo. Hey, OneTrueLX. Hey, Felly. Hey, Jones. How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and get the manual. Maybe they shouldn't be called Metroidvanias. Maybe they should be called, like, Rygaroids or something. Rygar is one of many NES games where it's an arcade port where when it made the transition from arcade to home, what the game lost in visual fidelity, it more than made up for in new gameplay design and much more interesting structure. Hey, Nanara, how's it going? Let me pull up the manual, because there's a lot to talk about here. Search action. Yeah, that's what we should be calling them, not Metroidvanias. Also, I've got to point out the disc armor that Rygar uses is one of the coolest weapons. Yeah, exactly. We just called them action adventure, or side-scrolling action with RPG elements, because Rygar does have a lot of RPG elements. In the arcades, Rygar was a straightforward action platformer. Nothing really to discover, no progression, no upgradable anything. Here, you've got both a health and strength increase that happen as you play, as you defeat enemies. You gain new items that let you traverse more of the world, going back and forth between a large interconnected area, which, for how early an NES game this is, 1987, the world is really large. Not nearly as large as, say, Deadly Towers, but this is also a way better game than Deadly Towers. And just your core weapon, the disc armor, is super cool. It's basically a giant yo-yo covered in spikes, and it rules. You're also pretty nimble, like you can run and jump. You can bounce off of enemies' heads, which doesn't damage them, but kind of stuns them. Also, very iconic sunset in this game. You'll see what I mean. Let's see. Let's go through the manual as we usually do. Thank you for selecting the fun-filled Rygar game pack by Tecmo Inc. You do, Felly. You get the gold star. That's the background music I've got going on. Very, very good ear. I didn't know if anyone would get Lufia too. I'm glad people did. This manual, also I've got to say, is full of some of the best bad translations. Also, hello Nanara, hello Greelson, hello Pinky. Can't remember if I said hi. Yeah, Normal Plant. It's a super cool game. Definitely a kind of... It really is like a proto-Metroidvania. Super forward-thinking in its design. Lots of fun to play. A little unforgiving in that you do have unlimited continues, but you lose some progress. No guarantees if I'm gonna beat it, but I will do my best. It's been a long time since I've played this. But it is a lot easier to make progress when you are an adult and can figure things out a little better. Plus, we have the aid of excellent maps if we need them now, though the manual itself has a really good map. I've got to show you. But first, the manual is full of so much good English, or just weird wording. It's wonderful. So we don't need the safety precautions. I'm not going to follow them anyway. I have opened this cartridge, I have cleaned it, I have touched the terminal connectors. Everything it says not to do, I've done basically, except subjecting it to extreme temperature variances. But our table of contents, we have geographical features of a holy place, Argul, which is the name of the world here, sometimes called Argus in other translations. I call it Argul because that's what I always thought of it as a kid. And we've got a map of Grand Mountain, the game story, controller parts and operating instructions, subscreen. I love item 6 here. First of all, go to meet the legendary. Not legendary, legendary. Doesn't even say what. Go to meet the legendary. Legendary what? I don't know. We're gonna meet Moltres. We'll find out. Then we'll look for Indura's fighting gods, potential capacities of Rygar. Then item 9. This one's extra fun. Animalized men wriggling eerily. The epilogue and resurrection. Something tells me Tecmo didn't have much staff to localize their games at this point in history. Also, Tecmo is, I feel like, a very kind of forgotten developer today. Obviously now they're part of Koei Tecmo. They've been absorbed. But back in the 80s and 90s, yeah, right, that's an album name. They were kind of like a not quite top-tier developer, but they were up there. Because they had titles like, no, Cat, you can't come onto... Okay, you can come onto my lap, Cat. You can't come onto the desk. Come here. Sorry, Cat was about to jump up. What? All right, Cat wrangled. Cat's on my lap. Do you want to say hi? Do you want to meow into the microphone? Nope, he doesn't want to meow. He's not a very vocal cat. Not most of the time. Usually just gets my attention physically. Hold on, I'm gonna try to cross my legs and make him a spot to sit. Give me a sec, and I might have to pull the microphone closer. Ugh. Cat. Yeah, but Tecmo, you probably know games like Ninja Gaiden. That's definitely their best known title in the US. They were also responsible for the Dead or Alive franchise, which obviously is still going today under the auspices of Koei Tecmo. But back in the NES days, they made games like Rygar, Ninja Gaiden. One of my favorite sports games on the NES was Tecmo Baseball. Tecmo Bowl, legendary football game, which I'm realizing now I should have popped in a copy of Tecmo Bowl or one of the old Madden games to simulate yesterday's Super Bowl before it happened, just to see. Yeah, we should do that at some point, Grilson. That'll definitely be in, Culture Brain's Baseball Simulator 1.000, because that one's hysterical. And it's fun calling a baseball game. But Tecmo were, pretty up there. If you were getting a Tecmo game, you knew you were probably gonna have a good time. It wasn't gonna be a low-quality game. But let's keep going through the manual here. We have geographical features of a holy place, Argul. It has been, Felly. This is an arranged version of the soundtrack. It's very pleasant to listen to. We were using Super Baseball Simulator 1.000 for Super Nintendo. Oh, that would be incredible, Jones. There might be. I could look it up. I have both the NES and Super Nintendo one. I love how clumsily written out all of this is. But Argul is connected with many places through gates, with the Garlaws Valley as the center. Yeah, right? It sounds like a Toho game name, Normal Plant. But we've got Sueru Mountain, Grand Mountain, the Gates of Garlaws, Den of Sagila. These are... So, I think when we think about video games today, a lot of people get hung up on a game's story. And I think story matters less to me than setting. Things like cool places that can get my imagination flowing matter a lot more to me than story, especially in older games like this. Then we've got, this is supposed to be Garlaws, it just says Gallows. And we've got Rolsa Valley, Eriga Forest, the Primeval Mountain, Ragua Sando, whatever that's supposed to be, and Lapis. The game also has kind of mixed modal gameplay, so you've got some segments which are top-down and others which are side-scrolling, which is pretty neat, especially for such an early game. And then we have one of the most wonderful maps I've ever seen in an actual NES manual, apart from Zelda. Got this wonderful looking map of Grand Mountain, which is very accurate to the game, paired with a map of Garlos, pointing out where things go. You know, we've got the Den of Sagila, we enter from Grand Mountain, you get the grappling hook here, you enter Eriga Forest there, you go to Lapis from there. It's awesome. This is the kind of thing where, just imagine, you're like in the, living room, you've got the Nintendo on, you've got the manual out in front of you, and you're charting your progress. Yeah, well, it's funny you should say that, Greelson. If the map were just lying to you, completely lying. Yeah, doctor, are you sure this is my colonoscopy image? Yeah, this is what you see when they put, the camera, the camera up there. No, but just imagine, you've got this on the living room floor and you're, writing down all the stuff you've found. Yeah, right? I'm trying to think if there are any games I can think of that just lie. Completely. But here's our game story. Don't worry, none of this is in the game itself. Not very important. Once, there was a holy place called Argul, which was founded by 5 legendary Indora gods. One day, suddenly, the blackest tragedy happened. The prosperous holy place, Argul, was attacked by the troops of the cruel king called Rygar. The sky of the holy place was completely covered with the flying castle of Rygar and his army of dangerous beasts. Yup, Indra. Not Indra. They probably meant it to be Indra Jones and just didn't do it that way, for whatever reason. Mostly, the game is not well localized, but I find that kind of charming, if that makes any sense. But yes, the sky of the holy place was completely covered with the flying castle of Rygar and his army of dangerous beasts. These animalized soldiers came down from the sky and committed the most atrocious cruelties. In a single day, they established the kingdom of evil. In addition, Rygar took away the door to peace, symbolizing the peace that had been created by Indra. The hope for peace disappeared with the loss of the door to peace, and the people of Argul ceased to smile and could only pray for salvation. They prayed an ancient passage to counter the fulfilled prophecy of Rygar's evil reign of terror. The legend says, when the peaceful land is covered with evil spirits, a brave soldier will be brought to life from the dead for the purpose of saving persecuted people.
Hello,
hey, thank you for the follow, OsamuWoo42. Appreciate it. The people of Argul's painful prayers were so loud that it reverberated throughout the mountains and traveled a long distance in the land of Algosu. I guess. I don't know if that was also supposed to be Argul or not. And at last, Rygar. Oh yeah, so the quartet, Osamu, is because I do record barbershop quartets by myself. That was just for me greeting you there. But yes, Rygar came back from the dead in order to restore peace to the land of Argul, battling the forces of evil everywhere. Join forces with Rygar. I like that we're an undead hero, right from the start. We're not some, like, young chosen one. We're not, a kid destined to save the world. We're a dead guy brought back to put evil down. Controller parts and operating instructions. This game is only a one-player game. So thankfully, we've got sensibly labeled controller parts here. Move the control pad to move Rygar. The following movements are available. Rygar runs left. Rygar runs right. Rygar crouches down, and Rygar climbs up. Start brings up our subscreen, and select pauses the game. I kinda wish they were reversed, but hey, it is what it is. Also love the cute little drawings of Rygar here. Just running around. Yeah, Snorlax bud. I feel like this was a game a lot of people either had as a kid or that you knew somebody who had it. Like, this game was just always around. And I mean that in a good way. It's not like... There were some games that you had and you never knew why you had it or how you got it because you don't remember ever asking for it. It just somehow appeared in your games collection one day. Rygar, however, is very fun to this day. Yeah, nothing wrong with Super Nintendo being your first console. The NES was mine, but... First real one was the N64. That's totally fine. Then A makes us jump, B attacks. Rygar can attack in many positions, on the run, while crouching, while climbing, and even while airborne. Yeah, the game just grew in the moist corner. Rygar can run left or right. Also in Garlos, Rygar is able to run in 4 directions and can jump in 8 directions. I can almost guarantee you the reason that he can't... the reason he can't run in 8 directions is probably because they didn't have the space to devote on the cartridge for sprites of him turning every direction. That would be my guess. So we have the disc armor as our weapon. We can climb. When Rygar reaches a rope and you wish to climb, simply press the control pad's upper directional arrow to climb up, or press the control pad's lower directional arrow to climb down. The mastery of the above-mentioned operations will allow the player to advance to the difficult stages, rounds, levels of the game and achieve an increased level of game satisfaction. Well, I'm going to have to master how to play then to achieve an increased level of game satisfaction. Our subscreen is pretty important here. We actually do have to use this quite a bit. So we've got the lasting power of Rygar, which is our, they just call it last. You have 3 things: tone, last, and mind. Tone is how toned your body is, how strong are you. Then you've got your last, which is your endurance, your health. You've got items you can select to use. Like, I know you can get a potion during the game. It's all a bit confusing, and I think because it's just not laid out super well. But we also have 3 spells we can use. Hey, beating the original Zelda without help is not an easy feat. I played that for a very long time as a kid before I ever cleared it. But we have 3 spells we can use, which each do different things. I'll explain that as we're playing the game, because it's a little easier there. And what else have we got here? Further detail will be explained for all of this, and it's pretty easy to figure out while you play. Yeah, attack, assail. So that's actually only a temporary spell, Pinky, but it's super useful. We're going to use it on bosses a bunch. First of all, go to meet the legendary. Doesn't say legendary, just go to meet the legendary. First of all, seek wisdom from the legendary god. Listen to him, as he will tell you lots of things. Get a grappling hook weapon from a legendary god. These are just hermits. They're not the gods. The gods are the Indras, who have a third eye. You can tell the difference. But there is a legendary god who will give you a grappling hook weapon. Usually, Rygar uses a rope for vertical movement. In addition, the use of a grappling hook weapon allows him to go up or come down from a tree or cliff. First, set the control pad to up position or down, and use B for a grappling hook weapon to be lengthened and caught on a tree nearby a cliff. Now Rygar is free to climb up or down a tree or a cliff. But remember, the position of a hill he can climb up or down is limited. This is so poorly translated. The grappling hook's easy to figure out. It's very intuitive. It equips it automatically. You don't have to, go into a menu and fumble around with sub-items. They're just context sensitive, and they work pretty well. So we'll have to keep in mind to use that in places you might not. If you think you can't otherwise progress, chances are you need to go up or down. There are many legendaries isolating themselves from society for ascetic practices. These hermits will help Rygar to be refreshed. Recovery of the physical strength. Some legendaries are of assistance in the recovery of physical strength of the wounded and physically weakened Rygar. With some legendaries, Rygar is refreshed by seeing them. With others, they give him medicine for recovery of his physical strength. But unless Rygar has a coat of arms given only to brave warriors, he is not allowed to get the medicine. For the medicine, display a subscreen and move 1 through the horizontal movement of the directional button for item selection and use B button for decision making. I love to use B button for decision making. That's my favorite. It's a really, really funnily poorly translated manual. Like, they're just using legendary as a noun, which is very funny. Then, look for Indura's fighting gods. In Argul, 5 fighting gods called Indura are imprisoned. Make every effort to find them. You can make Rygar more powerful by receiving the 5 sacred treasures from them. And you can see they have a third eye. And our 5 sacred treasures are the Wind Pulley, which lets us extend, slide across a rope, basically. Super useful. It's a little janky, though. The knack of suspending a wind pulley, or a wind pulley? I'm gonna go with wind. That makes more sense. From a rope successfully is to approach near the rope and move vertically. Hint, near the waist of Rygar. So we'll try to remember that. Be near the waist. Then other items we get. A crossbow, which allows us to stretch a rope across a gap. It's not for a weapon. The coat of arms lets us get medicine from hermits. The suit of armor just makes us stronger. Yeah, it's loosely based on Hindu mythology, but looks more... It's like Hindu and Greek mixed together for its visual identity, which is pretty cool. And then we get a Flute of Pegasus. This is an ancient and strange flute. It is said the sound will work miracles. Use the B button. And that's how you access the final boss. Or at least his castle. Potential capacities of Rygar. In some cases, he is given a capsule for an increase in spiritual strength if he kills a monster. His spiritual strength is displayed on a subscreen, Mind Strength Meter. Yeah, weird fingerhole placement. I would love to know what it would sound like. Yeah, they're going way back. They're finding this is the original religion of the world. It was Rygar. The capsule on the right hand will increase his spiritual strength by 1 unit, and the capsule on the left by 3 units. Up to 7 units can be added to his strength. You use that to cast spells. Just to make it really simple. And our spells are Power Up, which costs 3 mind, which increases the power of your disc armor. And that's super worth doing. It lasts for the whole game, or until you die. Attack and Assail hurts everything on screen at once and can be used 10 times. Incredibly useful in boss fights. And if you want to recover all your health, it costs all your magic, but can be useful in a pinch. Now we get to the delightfully named Animalized Men Wriggling Eerily. Who at Tecmo USA was like, yeah, we'll go with that in our manual. Animalized Men Wriggling Eerily. But for our enemies, we have the... I've got to blow this up a bit. I can't read that. We've got the Molgalin. I'm not going to remember any of these names, by the way. It builds a nest in a den or on a high place. Once it finds Rygar, it will chase him tenaciously. We've got the Rolfer, which rolls. Yeah, tag yourself. I'm Mulgulin. If I had to be one of these, I think I would probably be... I kind of like that weird turtle guy. I like the... Yeah, everybody likes to wriggle around eerily from time to time. The Rolfer lives in the ground. Sensing someone approaching, it comes out and attacks him by rotating itself. And we've got the Kintarnos. Usually it lives at the water side and throws a poisonous spine by bending itself backward. Turn a spine aside and attack it in a crouched position. Epoikon, or Epolkon. It is a flying dragon which has been living in a primeval mountain. He will attack Rygar by dropping eggs of a snow grouse. And then Death Pigor. It lives in the Tower of Garba and has 2 heads. It attacks Rygar by blowing demonic fire. And he's swole. He vapes. He's just ripping sweet cotton all day. Hello. Thank you for the follow, CG Invasion. Appreciate it. But we've got more enemies. Don't think we're done. We've got the super robot, Bargain. It was designed for the purpose of having command of the sky of Lapis, and is capable of discharging deadly electromagnet superwave. We've got Demon Bruiser. It has a heavily equipped tank, and advances along a wall. Sometimes it zooms down. We've got the Kuzilar. Though it moves slowly, it attacks Rygar by discharging acid mucus. Yuck yuck. Jump to turn it aside. Yeah, Demon Bruiser is so fucking sick. Then we've got Olbus. It lives in the water. Sensing someone approaching, it comes out, flies high up in the air, and zooms down to attack. Then we've got the Hyoking, which he looks happy. Look at him. He's got a smile on. Well, a handsome little guy. It lives in the ground. Sensing someone approaching, it comes out and attacks him. After that, it goes back into the ground. Its body is covered with hard skin. And we've also got the Kinohi, I guess, Kinohie. It is a manifestation of sand and propagates itself around Garlos. It discharges spores, walking like a crab. It looks like a tree. Why is it sand? And then we've got, not an enemy, we just have an item they drop, kind of crammed in here. Physical strength target. In some cases, the soldier is given what we call physical strength target. It increases the physical strength by 1 unit, which just means it restores 1 bit of health. They chose the worst way to possibly communicate that concept to the player. Then Epilogue, which is not an epilogue, it's just more information. In Argul, not capitalized this time, there are many unexplored regions. Unexplored region number 1, the Tower of Garba. It is said that there is a mysterious tower in the back region of the Grand Mountain. Unexplored region 2, the Drago Room in the Palace of Drago. It is said that in a mysterious island in Garlos, there is a palace where a Drago is roaring. The room is called Drago Room. Now, did they mean to say dragon? Or did they really want it to just be Drago? We are doing Rygar today, Omega Paladin. Super cool game. And then Unexplored Region 3, the Tower of Life. It is the highest tower in Argul. It is so high it looks as if it reaches the sky. Now you have just read this book through, but the real battle is yet to come. You must bring the brave Rygar to life from the dead in order to make Argul a peaceful land again. We hope you will succeed. Well, I hope so too. I'm the one playing the game after all. And then we have Resurrection. If Rygar is defeated by an enemy, or his energy gets too low, he will die. But don't be discouraged. By pressing the start button, you can bring Rygar back to life again, and restart the game from the last point where you left off. Press start button, which allows the game to continue. It's up to you. The enemies are strong, the terrain treacherous, and the challenge is difficult. The sun is setting and Rygar is depending on your help to restore the peace again. Good luck! Very cool. I like that the sun is setting, because it is in the game. You'll see. And we've just got our lame FCC regulations. No one cares about those. And then a bonus offer on other Tecmo games, which all have cute little icons there. But that's the manual. I think it's time to boot up the NES and get going. Rygar's got really nice graphics for the time and an especially nice soundtrack. So I hope you are all gonna enjoy this. Let me just make sure that I've got everything set up. I am playing on real hardware. This is my actual copy of Rygar in my real NES. So I'm gonna go ahead and get right to it. Give me one sec to get myself kind of positioned here so that I'm looking at the right screen. And we'll kill the background music and start the game. As always, if something is out of balance with the sound, like if the game is too loud or too quiet, just let me know and I can fix that. But let's get to it. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. You can see some garbled looking text there. That's because the cartridge is not making a good connection, so the graphics are going to look all jacked up in places, potentially. So hold on. You're going to get a bit of ASMR here as I blow on the cartridge. Yeah, the glitch gremlin has visited me. There we go. That looks a lot better. We've got a big, bold title screen, proclaiming Rygar. But no music until you start the game. Now we've got music, and it is heroic and cool. So as I was saying that, I was taking a bunch of damage. You got to start playing right away. Also, we've got kind of a nice one kind of layer of parallax scrolling here with the sun dipping behind the mountains. So you've got Rygar here. He can jump on enemies, which freezes them in place for a second, and he bounces off them without taking any damage, which is super helpful. He attacks with his disc armor, and those are the basics of control. You can see our last is our health. As we kill more enemies, that number will go up, and that will increase our health and strength. Our health is in the top right-hand corner of the screen. That will go up as we play. And we're really just into it now, and you've got the whole world to go and discover. This music especially really makes you feel like you're getting... Yeah. The disc armor is just chakram. But it's so cool. Now, in the arcade, there was an animation for you doing like a flip off of people's heads when you landed on them. That didn't make its way over to the NES, presumably because of cartridge size limitations or not being able to fit enough animation. One thing that does betray this as a pretty early NES game that I'm sure you're already seeing is the game's got pretty severe sprite flicker as things get going. Because you'll have, 3 or 4 enemies on screen at once, all kind of in the same horizontal plane. Because of the way the NES works, it can only display 8 sprites per scan line, and all of these enemies are made up of multiple sprites each. So when you've got a bunch of stuff on screen at once, you can see it gets messy. Now I've just powered up my disc armor so it shoots farther and faster. So I'm gonna just grind for a little bit here. That little tablet is mind power. That's what lets you cast spells. The other ones are attack and assail and recover. Those I'm not going to use very often. Hopefully I won't use power-up often either, because you use it once for a one-time power-up to your disc armor here. And that lasts until you die, and I hope to not die very often. No guarantees. The game's not super hard, but it's not easy either. What's the error, Jones? Because I'm sure a bunch of developers knew about it and exploited it. Because that's just, how these things go. There we go, we've got our health back at least. Let's explore more. Also, the feeling of bouncing off of these enemies is super duper satisfying. It's hard to explain if you haven't played it, but it feels great. Like, the control in this game overall just feels super nice. Now, we can actually make that jump to the right, but I want to show you these are the hermits that you'll find all through the game. And they give you lots of, interesting. That's probably how a lot of developers got around the flicker problem then. In the Grand Mountain lies the entrance to Garlos. Yeah, absolutely, Lily. You just played this recently, didn't you? Because I was watching for a bit of it. Yeah, we're learning. Oh, it'll flicker unrelated sprites. Yeah, it's the Holy Mountain, not the Jodorowsky film though. I know there are some spots that are better than others for leveling up. I haven't played much of this game in years, so I probably am gonna forget a lot of stuff. Oh, was that the movie you were thinking of, Skumo? There's nothing to understand, is the thing. You know, people will tell you there is, but really the point of that movie is to watch it and not to think about anything necessarily while you watch it. It's just to experience. Same with his other films like El Topo, you know, like The Mole. It's there solely as experience. Did I mess up my channel description? Because I think it just says, you know, it's Bloom Center CX. I mean, lifting probably is the key to enlightenment. So this is the entrance to Garlos, which is our top-down part of the game. Which is kind of where we find a lot of other stuff. Now, if you see some stuff... Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea about that. Greelson. Also, Hodge, how's it going? If you see some weird flicker on the sides of the screen, that's the overscan area of the NES that normally wouldn't show up on your TV, really. But because of the way the capture software works, it does show up. They'll upload everything. Okay. So we're going to go get ourselves a grappling hook from that building right there, I believe. So we don't really need to worry about these enemies very much. They're not particularly dangerous. They're very easy to avoid. Also, the buildings are weird. There we go. The grappling weapon will help you complete your quest. Now, we don't need to equip it or anything. It's already just now in our inventory and will automatically work forever. Oh, System Shock 2. Don't say anything about the ending, Skumo, in case anybody here hasn't played it that would like to. But it's such an experience. Granted, most people have probably had it spoiled for them by now, but I hope they haven't. Let's see. Now the fun part is trying to, you know, figure out and remember where to where to go for the rest of everything. Also, I just love that, you know, I can't think of many other games from this time period that had multiple modes of play in the same way that this does. You know, with the combination of top-down and side-scrolling in a large interconnected world. It's really, really cool. Definitely unique feeling. Bionic Commando. Yep. That, I think, was that 88, though? Was that a year after this, Jones? I'm trying to think of any earlier NES games that did more stuff. Or at least did it well. And I can't think of very many. It's fascinating to me to try to, you know, pinpoint what was in the air as people were developing these games. You know, what were they inspired by? You know, what games were they themselves playing that they thought, you know, this is what's gonna, you know, change the gaming world. Okay, this is the next zone. I think there's a hermit up here who restores our health, which would be nice. Especially since I'm about to die. Oh, I died. That was too slow. That's a huge difference too, Jones. Like, massive. Okay. So the only thing that changed is now my attack is a little weaker because I don't have that spell cast. So once I cast that again, I need 3 mind to do that. We'll be totally fine. So death is not a big setback in this game. More a minor inconvenience than anything. So these guys always looked like dinosaurs to me, and I think that's cool. One thing that I've never been able to confirm with anybody in Rygar is I'm convinced some enemies have, like, weak spots where if you get a good hit in on their head, it'll do more damage. But I don't know if that's real or not. You know, I'm not sure if that's actually how it works. It feels like it is. Like, if you get them right in the head, it's a one-hit kill. But otherwise, it could take multiple. But I'm not certain. Really, we can just kind of jump over these guys. We don't have to worry about them too much. Alright, where's the health guy? Also, the reason to fight enemies instead of just avoiding them, it does look like an Ankylosaurus, is to level up your health and your overall attack power. And you just get that by killing stuff. There we go. Welcome, take a rest to regain your strength. Thank you, super buff Mountain Hermit. Like, look at that guy. He is flexing right now. Like, is he natty? How's he this big, that old? I think the answer is just yes, Skumo. It's both perspective and he's humongous. That's what I choose to believe. There we go. Now we've got our attack upgraded again. You know what? I'm gonna go pay another visit to Mr. Hermit there, because that was embarrassing. The amount of damage I just took. He's probably like, really, dude? You're back again? Seriously, look at him. If that's not just perspective, he's like 15 feet tall, solid muscle. He's got to be like 600 pounds of total muscle. Oh yeah, getting perspective right. I mean, even in modern games isn't something you see a lot. So it's way cooler when it's in, you know, an older game like this. I think he's just super jacked. Like, I think he's just absolutely massive beyond comprehension. I don't know if those guys give us any last or if they just give us tone. So tone is what makes you stronger. Last is what increases your endurance. So obviously, you're going to need both to be successful. Because he's devoted himself to the pure, you know, study of whatever their religion is. He's not a warrior, CG Invasion. He's just here to achieve enlightenment. Saving the world is someone else's problem. That's Rygar's problem. The people of Argul prayed for a hero to come back from the dead and save them. He's just going to keep achieving enlightenment up in the mountains by getting absolutely ripped. And I support that. That's a noble goal. Let's see. I had found the passage before whatever valley. I know the first boss is in the forest, but I think we need to get a crossbow first, maybe. I think this brings us back out to the Grand Mountains. Yeah, super good. Like, yeah, how toned are you and how long can you last? If anything, they're more sensible stat names than most stats ever get named. Because they're directly, you know, about what they're supposed to be about. These guys give me half a last each. Okay, so we just got our first health power-up. No, can't jump onto my desk. Move, buddy. He's trying to climb Everest and died really hard. That's unfortunate. So many people, they'll reach the summit on Everest, and then they'll just die. Like, they'll be on the way down, and they'll totally just sit down and lose the will to live and just die. There we go. This is what your grappling hook is for. It lets you explore vertically. It gives you a better stash. You know, do you need a reason for stash to be a stat? Because I don't. That's the best stat there's ever been in a video game. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Skumo. Like, because of the just extreme danger of being at that altitude, you can't recover bodies from Everest. They are there now, forever. If you dare approach Garba, found atop this mountain. Cat, what are you doing? There. Sorry, cat's being mischievous. Okay, you do need... There are only certain places where you can go up. I mean, Rygar has it harder for a lot of reasons, mostly because the world is being, overtaken by an ancient evil and the door to peace has been closed. That sounds like a pretty rotten time to me. What do I know? Let's see... Okay, I think these guys give both tone and last. We're leveling up a bit, that's for sure. I mean, they probably are, Jones. I wonder if there are any interviews with... I'm not even sure who was the director for Rygar, because I doubt it was Itagaki. I don't even know if he was working at Tecmo at this point. Tomonobu Itagaki. No, he must have been. I'm really not sure. Just tell them, remember Rygar. have faith. Hello, Diaphragm. How you doing? Hope you are well. Now, if there's one thing I could say for Rygar, I do like how the game looks a lot. I wish it was a little more comfortable. More like in Ninja Gaiden, you mean those Rygar sound effects are sweet. Oh, choosing poems, I think, is more embarrassing than reading them. Because reading them's easy. Reading them, you just get into the state of mind of, presenting a poem. Picking them is, a reflection of what do I consider a love poem that I would like to read to other people. And that's a little more embarrassing, in my opinion. Yeah, it's got no credits. Is there anything about the development history online that you know of, Lily? Welcome, Katomi. How you doing? Let me shout you out. You were playing Dark Souls, right, I believe? But welcome, Raiders. For anybody just joining me, if you don't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing. I organize a VTuber choir, of which Katomi has been a part of. And I play lots of retro games, all on real hardware. And tonight, I am playing Rygar for the NES. The Snack Shack in the back. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome, Pumpkin Sauce. Dargy Linkling. Did I get your name right? I hope I did. Game Guy. How's everybody doing? Hey again, Nanara. Hope you're doing well. Only thing, yeah, the composer definitely deserves credit because Rygar's got killer soundtrack. Hell yeah. Good job. Hey, I got your name right. I always like to try to get people's names right and try to remember it. Okay, I think this is the door to the next zone. Yeah, there we go. Oh, these are those guys the game mentioned. I forget what their names were. They look super goofy. Now, Jones, what pisses you off about watching Dark Souls blind playthroughs? Because is it people in the chat trying to... Everyone beats Bed of Chaos faster than you? That's funny. Took 3 hours. Whoops. Whoops. I meant to hit up B and I messed up. Well, that was embarrassing. Though we do still have our health upgrades. So I just need to upgrade my weapon again. Which will happen pretty naturally. First try Ornstein and Smo is a great consolation prize. I've no idea how many times that took me my first time. Of Souls and Souls-likes, The game I had the easiest time with in terms of, beating things first try was Elden Ring. There were a bunch of bosses in Elden Ring that I got first try. Okay, can't climb there. A little platforming. Whoops! Oh, you can hang from a ledge. That's super cool. Let's see, we've got a hermit here. It does, Hanabi. It sounds like, lullaby and good night. Above here in the skies of Rolsa is a floating castle. So this is the kind of thing I love in older games in particular with their storytelling, is I have a lot more satisfaction having, setting do the storytelling than people talking to me. Little hints like this. Well, that sounds good, Aaron. Oh, the Archer Bridge in On Orlando. Now it said you can't pass here without grappling hook, so what do? You try the grappling hook, and look at that. You can pass. Just neat little, things that show the game design was not totally brain dead. It didn't just expect you to guess every error. Also, how cool looking is that? I got knocked into the door. You must meet 5 Indiras to reach the castle. This is a bad spawn. There we go. Get out of there. Oh yeah, no, but keep in mind, Morrowind came out, almost 15 years after this game, Aaron. So I give this a lot of slack. Also, that shot from super high up, seeing, the floating castle. Oh, you beat Lost Levels on, All-Stars Collection. Good job. It's not easy. The grappling hook doesn't go down far enough. It's kind of funny. Also, we've been steadily leveling up our health and tone. Yeah, Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan is a pretty rough game in general. Yeah, Praise-a-Soon, this game's awesome. I've not played it in a very long time, so I can't guarantee I'll remember where to go for everything. But I'm having a really good time getting back into it. I don't know, this game nails that, old school feeling of adventure really, really well. And that you feel like, anything could happen. There's mystery everywhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nostalgic for this era of gaming overall. But I think most of you know what I mean when I say that. There's something, when things are left to your imagination, it's more fun. Whoops. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, the art is really nice. I think it looks great. I wish it was a little more colorful. Yeah, it's what gets you hooked on Simon's Quest. It's what gets you hooked on Zelda 2. Oh, I died. I meant to just duck, but I hit B to attack, and that activated the grappling hook. But that's fine. We're actually doing really well in terms of our overall level, because when we get through this area, at the end of it, we go to the forest. And from the forest, you fight the first boss. I think. You can also do a totally crazy wrong warp from the first boss and skip the entire game. You can go straight to the ending area of the entire game through some clever glitches. I've never tried it. I'm not going to try it, tonight. I'd rather just beat the game normally. What was the river called? Let me see. Did the manual tell us? I don't know that it did. Let me see. It calls this area the Rolsa Valley, Jones. It doesn't say the name of the river, but it's called Rolsa. I think nowadays I appreciate the NES more than the Super Nintendo. which didn't used to be the case for me personally. Oh, Konami's manuals were hilarious. Like, the original Ninja Turtles has such a funny manual. It's just full of jokes and, like, pop culture references that normally, you know, would be maybe cringeworthy, but because it's Ninja Turtles, it's perfect. Yeah, towers look great. Very smart use of, you know, shading and color. The other thing that's pretty impressive with this game is that this is still a pretty early NES game, so this didn't have, you know, access to more advanced mapper chips. This is a UN ROM 04, I believe. Yeah, why read manuals when we could talk about Timothy Bradley, everybody's favorite self-insert main character from the isekai novelization of Simon's Quest. But I don't want to go to the place of the sad. Yeah, 1987. The enemies are a little relentless. Yeah, anytime I play a retro game on stream, I always make sure to read the manual for them before we start. So we can, you know, oh, I've managed to fail to pick up that health. So we can appreciate, you know, sometimes they have great, you know, actual useful information. Other times, in this game's case, really poorly translated, and it's really funny. How would you want to do it, Jones? Because I could read the novel and you could just commentate on it. That would be pretty funny. Know what? Why don't... I have an idea, Jones. Why don't we make Woozle play Mega Man 2 so that he'll cry? Then I can read the novel, and you can both make fun of Woozle and comment on the novel's absolutely terrible adhesion to Mega Man lore. Game manuals also have, you know, a high nostalgia factor for anybody who can remember, you know, getting a new game and, you know, opening it, reading the manual in the backseat of the car. So we are now in the Eruga Forest. It's another area with absolutely killer music. Yeah, see if Woozle's down. I told him he should play Rockman 4 Minus Infinity, but he said, no, it looks too hard. And then I told him, well, it has an easy mode. And he said, oh, okay, maybe. And then I said, I played on easy mode, and he said, no way. Also, I'm going to despawn those enemies every time I see them, because I don't want to dodge their projectiles. Can I just make that jump? No. Hey, Sasha, how's it going? Whoops! Oh, how is the NES controller for Switch? Because I've played a fair amount of the stuff on, you know, the Switch Online service, and while the Switch Pro controller actually works fine, no, he's not suffering through Mystic Quest, he's thriving through Mystic Quest. That game's very fun. I unironically really like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. You can question my taste or call me a bad game apologist if you want to, but I think it actually has a lot of really good ideas that more RPGs should copy. Its soundtrack is incredible, CG Invasion. Like, one of the best on the system. What have we got here? Welcome, take a rest to regain your strength. Hell yeah. Woozle, you did a good job getting through Brain Lord. I know some of the puzzles and the jumping especially frustrated you, but you got through it. Hey Xavier, how's it going? We've powered up. Okay, so we have an attack and a sail. I'm going to use that on the boss when we get to the end here. I think it mostly has to do, Aaron, with the people who tend to wear them more than anything else. My day's going great. I'm playing Rygar right now, which is a super cool... you know, I'm comfortable enough calling it a Metroidvania at this point. The term has lost so much meaning, but it is genuinely, you know, a very open-world action-adventure game for NES with a super large interconnected world, considering, you know, that this was from 1987. Get despawned, sucker. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta pull it off. You can't, if you let the hat wear you, you've already lost. But if you wear the hat, then you're good. That's the difference. Yeah, that's the thing. If you have to say that you're a nice guy, you're not. Nobody has to describe themselves that way. Yeah, exactly. He's buff enough, so it's fine. A monster, Eriga, lives deep within this forest. Let's go. We're monster hunting. Found the rope. I think it's time for the first boss fight. That'll be at the end of this room, or at the end of this hallway, whatever. We've got plenty of tone. Dude, they're so Eruga, not Erica. Though if anybody has like a bad ex named Erica, go for it. You're free to insert them into this game as your personal villain. Ooh. I despawned that one accidentally. Look at those guys coming in hot. Yeah. Despawning them makes this pretty doable. How much tone do those guys give me? 200. 1 tone each. And do they give last? So if they give tone and last... Yeah, it might be worth grinding up another hit point before I fight the boss if they keep spawning. Yeah, most... When you see, people advertising a fedora, it's actually a trilby. It's not even a real hat. You gotta get it right. Oh, yeah. No, I think not even just forward-thinking, but I think this holds up really well today. Yeah, arcade Rygar looks pretty, is boring, which was the case for so many, arcade to NES conversions back in the day. A lot of times, yeah, the NES game is uglier. It doesn't have the fancy hardware. Willow Arcade is so different from Willow NES, though. I don't think Capcom even wanted to attempt to port the NES game. Willow NES is also a, top-tier game that virtually no one's played. Yeah, here's our first boss. So I just used the attack and dissail magic, which does a lot of damage. Problem with this guy is dodging his shot is really hard. There we go. We were able to get through. It's a really good game. I played through the full thing on stream, soon. I'm Indra. I'll give you a pulley you must use to cross. So now we have the wind pulley and can cross vast distances. Yeah, exactly, Aaron. I do plan at some point to hook my Atari 7800 up and stream some Atari games to show you that even in the Atari era, there were some genuinely good forward-thinking games. Not that many compared to, nowadays, or even compared to, the NES. It's really hard to overstate what a technological leap forward the NES is compared to the Atari. It's insane. So, depending on what you mean by good, there are a lot of Atari games that I think hold up fine as just, arcade action style games. Ones where you're just playing to, enjoy like a high score attack or something. Hey, Gabred, how's it going? Something like, Kaboom by Activision I think is still super fun. It uses the analog, twisty controller, whatever you call those. I'm blanking. But it's super fast-paced, super fun. Oh, now we can use these things? They're weird. You need to line yourself up like that. I'm gonna get a 5.51 in Dragster. God. That would be a super fun stream, trying to get the actual best possible score in Dragster, just to send it to Todd Rogers. Yeah, there are some Atari games. Pac-Man on Atari is infamous for being a port so bad that it, helped kill the system. Ms. Pac-Man on Atari is great. Like, it's an astonishingly good port. Like, sure, the NES port is better, but that's not surprising. The NES is so much more powerful. Yeah, Pitfall, great game. The pulley is weird. The manual does helpfully point out to line up with Rygar's waist, but you can just fall into the pit. But now that I've got the pulley, we can get further in other parts of the game. I might be going the wrong way right now, but I gotta remember, because you can't cross gaps yet. To cross gaps where you just see a stump, you need to get a crossbow so you can fire a rope to use the pulley to cross. It's pretty logical if you think about it. Oh yeah, E.T. is not that bad a game. Like, no, it's not great, but compared to the standard of other Atari 2600 games, it's perfectly fine, and it's got, you know, actual gameplay structure. It's not a disaster of a game at all. Especially compared to everything else that existed at the time. Worst game I've ever played is a really difficult question. Because there's so many different ways to define a bad game. I think he had 5 weeks from, like, pitch to ship, Aaron. Like, something insane like that. Also, look at this. Look at this game design. You can see where to go, and you know what item you have that can do it. So nice. Do you have the god's coat of arms yet? Yeah, see, and also, worst game and most hated game are different things. You know, there's games that I hate, or games that I frankly don't enjoy at all, that other people absolutely love. From this point, you can't go on without crossbow. So, like, I don't like Super Mario Sunshine. It's my least favorite 3D Mario. And a lot of people think, like, I'm completely crazy for that. It's their favorite by far. Arcade's Revenge, I don't think it's the worst game I've ever played. It's not good. It's really, really bad, in fact. And I also need to remember, me having fun playing a game does not mean it's good or bad. Yeah, I haven't played it long enough. I should do another stream on it. I'm still shocked that I managed to even beat a single... Fester's Quest is up there for formerly my most hated game. I regret to say that I feel a lot better about Fester's Quest after having beaten it. I still hold a lot of animosity towards it, but it felt great to beat it. The most frustrating thing about Fester's Quest is that the European version of the game is what the American version should have been, and is a good game. That's awful. Hey Tachikoma, how's it going? I'm trying to think. A game like Balls 3D is a terrible game, but it's like low-hanging fruit because it was just a game, you know, rushed out there to capitalize on a fighting game trend with edgy marketing. Take a rest to regain my strength. Yes, it did, Marin. And it fixed the biggest problems that the American version of Fester's Quest had, which were things like your shots taking way too many shots to kill most enemies. Your shots got blocked by virtually everything in the environment, making it extremely frustrating to play. And in some cases, if you had the wrong weapon, parts of the game were literally impassable. Like, you could not progress. Couple that with some pretty cryptic game design, even for the NES. Like, Sunsoft knew better. Sunsoft made better games than that. Then there are games that are borderline non-functional, where again, picking on them feels like low-hanging fruit. When you get to Garlo's, go west, then north. Okay, I did that before. So, Praise Us Soon, I've played Hide Lied to completion on stream, and I've also played to completion on stream Virtual Hide Lied on Saturn, and I didn't beat it, but I played like 8 hours straight of Super Hydlide on Genesis. I've become a Hydlide fan and apologist. Hydlide on NES is a bad port of a classic, influential game, is what I feel like I can say about it. It's not a good game. Legacy of the Wizard, I will go ahead and say, yeah, that's a good game and I like it. It also has a great soundtrack because it was Yuzo Koshiro who did the soundtrack for that one. Hydlide, though, its influence almost can't be overstated. It became the template for action RPGs. There are a lot of cases of that now. Yeah, you need a map with Legacy of the Wizard, and you need a lot of time spent with the game to start understanding it. Granted, some of those, Hanabi, are games that I used to not like that other people loved, like Wizards and Warriors for NES. I used to not like that game at all. Then I decided to stream it and put the time in to, actually learn how to play the game and understand it, and I had a really good time. And I changed my mind on it. Yeah, exactly. Both Zelda and Ys have a ton of Hydlide DNA in them. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. No, that one, Bart versus the World, is irredeemable, I think, because the control issues are so major that they ruin any real potential enjoyment you could get out of the game. And I tried really hard to be both better at the game and to understand it more. I do not have the God's Coat of Arms yet. And I really, really wanted to like it. I wanted to change my mind. And I just couldn't. Because the Simpsons NES games have a bunch going for them. So Jones, I still need... The reason I want to beat Arcade's Revenge is to make you play Bart vs. the World, or Bart's Nightmare, whichever. Or Bart vs. the Space Aliens. Because the controls are genuinely irredeemably bad. And I don't say that lightly. They just don't work. Yeah, right? Simpsons Arcade, super fun. Yeah, not every game needs a lesson. Sometimes they're just bad. There is a lesson to be had in the Simpsons ones, though, because they cranked out four Simpsons games on NES in the span of 3 years from developers who I know are capable of making better games. Here's our next area. We got those weird things dropping bird eggs on us. Those are huge sprites. Oh, Bart's Nightmare is a whack game. I'm talking more about the NES ones, like Bart versus the Space Aliens or Bart versus the World. Those are super, super frustrating games because considering the limitations of the NES, they look great. They look like The Simpsons. There we go. Lining yourself up to get onto the ropes in this game is really weird and tricky. Yeah, easy favorite LJN title would be like Maximum Carnage on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. The thing to remember with LJN is that they weren't a developer, they were just a publisher. So they were just, choosing developers, usually not giving them nearly enough time to develop games. And that's why you'd end up with, garbage. But, it wasn't always a guarantee that games would be bad. Usually they were, but not always. Laughing joke numbnuts. X-Men Mutant Apocalypse. Much cooler game than than Spider-Man and X-Men and Arcade's Revenge. I just can't get over all of the design decisions that they made in that one. Like, they're so close to having the bones of a fun game in there, and then they just simply do not. Ooh. I know this whole area is a big maze, and I think I remember how to get through. Yeah, weak design. And the other thing is, you got to keep in mind, they were given like 9 months to crank these out. So, you know, I try to keep all of that kind of stuff in mind before shitting on a game too hard. Yeah. No time, no resources, small teams. So I know for this one, the solution is you just go right the whole time. These guys actually give a lot of both tone and mind. So I love the music in this stage. Super cool. And the kind of like... It looks like we're in a cave hollowed out by a giant monster or something. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Or the Nightmare on Elm Street game was made by Rare, and that one's okay. Then again, Rare made plenty of bad games, too, on the NES that I feel like people just kind of gloss over. Like, they made Beetlejuice, the Alaskan bullworm from SpongeBob. Rare made plenty of crap games. I mean, like, bad. I'm not actually a huge fan of most of their games that a lot of people love. Damn it. Like, Donkey Kong Country 2, I think is good. And a lot of fun. The other ones, I can kind of take them or leave them. Oh yeah, it's absolutely the first thing you should work on if you're trying to make a good game, Nanara. Beetlejuice. There you go, Jones. That one sucks. I can think of a lot of good Rare games that no one talks about that they should. Like Captain Skyhawk on NES. That game rules. You can't think of it. Well, whatever you do, just don't say it 3 times. I mean, really not wrong, Hanabi. Thinking of, you know, why, I think to Nanara's point, messing up controls being inexcusable because it's the first thing you should work on. And they're right, it's the first thing you should work on if you're trying to make a good game. But if you're trying to make a licensed game that's going to hit a sales target, is, you know, making the game attractive, making it look like the license. That's why, you know, a lot of those licensed games have usually pretty good graphics because they need to look like the thing they're supposed to be. You know, if you're getting an X-Men game, they gotta look like the X-Men. You know, the license can only go so far. You gotta put those pretty screenshots in the comic books. And that's what'll sell your game. So unfortunately, a lot of time and resources go into stuff like that instead of, you know, making the game fun. Captain Skyhawk, super fun. Another one, from the same time period. My NES crashed. The cartridge shifted very slightly. Cool. Let's play Rygar in Hell Dimension for a bit, if it'll load like that. That's fun. Hold on. Well, that happens. I ignored the manual's warnings and now look, reduced to nothing. Oh well. I wasn't that far in. I can get back to that point pretty quickly. I do have turtles in time. That's a fun game. No, at least we get to go back to this cool, iconic opening area that we would otherwise never really go back to. That could be a fun stream, like deliberately corrupting graphics and seeing how playable games get. Or unplayable. Extreme hard mode. Yep, that's how it goes, you know? Unfortunate, but it happens. see. I don't know if the little turtle guys give any last or any mind. So I'm going to power up my weapon, and I'm going to move on as quickly as I can to an area where I can grind for better stuff more effectively. Yeah, powering up the disc armor quickly, definitely important. This music right here does sound like Lullaby a little bit. And once you hear it, you can never unhear that about it. There we go. Want one of them to drop some health, please. I'm just gonna let it grind a bit. Yeah. It's true, Nanara. I have no regrets. My only regret is that it took this long for it to to glitch out. That was like a solid hour's worth of progress. Oh well. Oh well. Also, here's a jump you can do if you're brave. Yeah. You don't actually need to go up from there. You can just make that jump as is. Nope. Damn it. I died to the humble little turtle guy. That's fine. It maintains our, anything we leveled up. So we're good. Yeah, the PS2 reboot of this is really good, Furrow. Rygar the Legendary Adventure. I plan to play that on stream someday eventually when I hook up my PS2. Probably not for a long time, but if you've never played the original, I do recommend giving it a play. Because it's a very fun game, very cool, especially considering the scope it has for when it came out. There were very few games in, the NES's day that managed adventures this large, this well. Okay, these guys improve both my tone and my last. Look, Hanabi, I have to admit it, even to myself, that yeah, the PS2 counts as retro now. Though I would argue not all games on the PS2 should count as retro, because plenty of them, the PS2 kept getting games into the 2010s. Those aren't retro. You can't tell me they are. I won't accept it. I do think the retro distinction becomes less and less useful over time. Because, people who are young adults now, who are, fully fledged members of society who have joined the workforce and are real people with real lives, had something like a PS3 as their first system. That's an interesting way, like standard definition versus high definition nucleotide. Yeah, and Praise Soon, it's not an expensive game at all, even now. That is something I do plan to do a stream about. Just have a chatting stream about where you can still find bargains in retro gaming and kind of how to get into it if you're being price conscious, because it's bullshit how many people are priced out of playing retro games. This game is the same age as me, Furrow. That's really funny, Jones. I'm gonna make an alt account to do that to you next time. Yeah, I mean, isn't the kid named Dovahkiin like 12 years old now or something? Also, how much bullying must that kid endure? Because his parents named him Dovahkiin. Like... That's an interesting way to look at it, Grillson, but at the same time, every single system's graphical presentation will be affected by the limits of the technology available at the time. Probably just goes by D. Yeah. Which time? Did you get a new one? I did play, Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. I like it, but it's not really a Breath of Fire game. I'm gonna pull that cop out where I say it's a good game, but it's not a good X, which is a stupid distinction, and I don't like when people do it, but I'm going to do it right now. Because it's true. See, I think we need to go down here and then up and around. We're at least cruising on our level ups. Absolutely not. It's a mediocre Dragon Quest game, Aaron. Oh, there's definitely kids named Naruto by now. And boy, I wish there weren't. I really wish there weren't. That's child abuse, you know? Like, give your kid a real name. Naming your kid after... If you're gonna name your kid after, you know, a media property that was important to you, at least put, like, one layer of abstraction in there. At least make it slightly less obvious. Like, you don't want that kid to go to school and have every single parent and teacher go, you know, haha, your parents were weeaboos. And they weren't even just weeaboos, they were cringe entry-level weeaboos. Yeah, you could use Ken. Yeah, it just makes me think of that, what was it, an old Johnny Cash song, you know, a boy named Sue or something. Wendy? Maybe. Yeah, Naruto's a real name, Datebayo. And that's the thing. Kids will find a way to bully other kids over literally anything. Like, you don't even need a reason. Now we've got our grappling hook. Now we can go to the forest. I don't think there's such a thing as a universally cool name. The only hope you would have... Was it short for Gwendolyn? Yeah, no, kids are giant assholes. Like, completely. Yeah, cool is always going to change. Max Powers. Or what was the main character in Commando? John Matrix. There you go. There's your cool guy name. Just choose a name of any Arnold Schwarzenegger character. There's your name. Blast Hard Cheese. Let's go. God, if I saw someone join my class named Blast Hard Cheese, I don't know that I could teach them without laughing. Big McLarge Huge. I would respect that child. Respect that child's parents. Like, you've burdened your child with something terrible. I think, what would be other, like, absolutely terrible names to give your kid? So what do these guys do for my stats? Very little, apparently. These guys are almost worthless. Yeah, they give a little tone. 12 years old looks... That's the thing. Have you read Baki at all, Jones? Because Baki is like 13 at the start of that series and looks like Baki. It's unbelievable. The guy who draws Baki and writes Baki, I forget his name. I'm convinced he's never seen a human. It's great. He writes the dumbest thing in the world, and I mean that as a compliment. Oh yeah, Jonathan Joestar is 12. Yeah, Yujiro Hanma is the most ridiculous looking character. Actually, the craziest thing in Baki is you look at a character like Biscuit Oliva, and you think that can't be a real person. But no, he's literally like almost a trace over of a real person. And I'm not kidding. He's a bodybuilder whose name I'm forgetting. Biscuit Oliva is functionally a real person that looks exactly like that. Yeah, his name's Biscuit. Deal with it. If you ever get to the point in Baki where Pickle shows up, that's where you know we've abandoned all semblance of reality. Okay, 106 and 76. Okay, these guys are worth one of each for my stuff. I might just kill some for a bit and level up. 'Cause why not? Yeah, Sergio Oliva. He's insane looking. Oh, on Super Famicom. If Bobson Dugnut rolled into class, I would respect that kid. Oh, that's a shame, Fro. Baki is the kind of... I actually ended up reading a bunch of Baki, because I haven't kept up with it. I ended up reading a bunch the other night, just because I don't know, I felt compelled to. And it does this thing where every single thing that happens is so unbelievably stupid that, damn it, I tried to click up and B, and I wasn't holding up enough, and I touched left. Every single thing that happens is so unbelievably stupid that you need to keep reading. Yeah, no, look up Sergio Oliva and Biscuit Oliva side by side. I'm gonna find a picture of that. Give me a sec. Because it's unbelievable how almost not exaggerated Baki is in terms of representing this man's insane body. Exaggerated, yes, but not as much as you think it should be. Don't say... Who invented WebP as a file format? I just want to talk. You know, why'd you do it? Why did you do this? Yeah, here we go. Obviously, Biscuit Oliva is bigger, but not by that much. Sergio Oliva doesn't look human. It's insane. Like, completely insane. Oh yeah, the face is the same. That's the best part. Man. Baki is the kind of thing where it's like, you just got a room full of 12-year-olds together. Google made WebP, that explains it. Google's evil, everybody knows. But what was I thinking? Oh yeah, you turn your brain off and you read Baki just to see, like, this can't possibly get any stupider. And then it does, every single time, somehow. It's unbelievable. The mustache is just, it's the icing on the cake. It means that, you know, he paid attention. He knew what he had to do. Okay, so I don't think there's any point in me going up here now. Right? Webm made sense for what it was trying to be and trying to accomplish. From here, you can't go on without the grappling weapon. Well, good thing I have that. Also, one thing in this game that you would be forgiven for getting wrong is if you jumped down from a place where you know there's something underneath you and then were shocked to find out you've died. Because you would think, well, I know there's something underneath me. Why have I died? Screen can't scroll like that. The NES didn't have that capability just yet. All right, we're making good progress. We'll be back to where we were in no time. Just got to get some experience and health back, and we're good. What game introduced what? Scrolling? There were a bunch of games that could do both vertical and horizontal scrolling at the same time, but not in hardware. They used basically software tricks. One of the first most notable examples to use actual diagonal scrolling, and this was a huge part of its design and marketing, was Mario Bros. 3. Because as the NES's lifespan went on, more and more advanced memory mapper chips were developed for it, allowing games to bank switch between multiple, ROM cartridges, to expand their capabilities greatly. So that's why the NES, seemingly kept, expanding its capabilities through its lifespan, because quite literally it was. So something like Super Mario Bros. 3 was completely impossible at the system's launch. From a technical standpoint, it could not have been done. Yeah, right? Biscuit Oliva somehow looks more like a real person. Yeah. And I mean, Super Mario Bros. 1 is, without sarcasm, an amazing technical achievement, because that entire game fits in under 40 kilobytes. Because that was the maximum addressable memory of the NES. There's a modern NES game, came out in 2019, I believe, that I've played on stream called Micro Mages, where the developers set themselves to adhere to that original limit of 40K and no advanced features. And it's an extremely impressive game. And that theoretically could have come out at the NES's launch, which is pretty amazing. Now, if you think about Rygar relative to other games made by Tecmo, games like Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3 had incredible sequences with multiple layers of parallax scrolling. So I would have loved to see what would, how impressive would Rygar have been if it came out, in 1990 instead of 1987. Because it's still very impressive as a game from 1987. But imagine if it had those enhanced features. It'd be pretty insane. That's the kind of thing I like to think about. Or even, Ninja Gaiden was 1989 and made a huge splash with its cutscenes. It wasn't the first NES game to have them, but it was one of the most notable. Okay, this guy restores my health. There we go. So, something like that. If you could have added maybe more story sequences or an intro cutscene to describe what the manual said instead of that, I would have loved if they continued the series. There were fewer games of this type on Super Nintendo than there are on NES, which seems backwards to me. That the NES gets to have multiple, really good 2D action-adventure, action RPG type games, and the Super Nintendo really only has a couple. Granted, some of the ones it does have are things like, Super Metroid and Ys 3. Ys 3, even though the Super Nintendo version of Ys 3 is probably the worst one overall, still a great game. Okay, that's just the one telling us about the boss that lives here. Okay, we have enough for the attack magic. We're going to use that on the boss to make the fight easier. And we should be good to go. Let's just despawn that. I really like despawning the enemies. Makes me feel smart. I shouldn't have used the magic already. I thought the door was closer. At least we get a bunch of experience for that, but yeah, that was probably foolish on my part. Oh, I totally wasted that magic. Know what? I know I can enter and exit the room a bunch of times, so I might just maybe grind up that magic again and see what I can do with it, if possible. Or I can just fight the boss the way I'm supposed to and not be a wimp. I do love any game that lets you leave a boss fight, though. That doesn't force you into it. Oh, sorry, I gotta stretch a bit. Okay, we're out of our magic. What's this guy give us for experience? He gives us 1 tone. Know what? Let's just fight him. I don't like that there's no music in the boss room. That's intimidating. That's really intimidating. Let's try to bait a few enemies into spawning. I can grind up a little. Whoops, never mind. that was embarrassing. Thankfully, the game has infinite continues. If it didn't, that would be cruel. That would make the game really, really hard. As it stands, it's just normal hard. You know, not super duper punishing, but the combat's definitely, you know, unique feeling. Doesn't feel like a lot of other NES games. So the stronger we can get, the better. Especially if we can get that magic working. Come here. Thinking about what would you do with a Rygar on Super Nintendo. Obviously, you know, graphics and sound would get a huge upgrade. But I'm trying to think, what could you do gameplay-wise? You know, you could make things like sub-weapons easily accessible by, like, shoulder buttons, just having more buttons. Maybe expand Rygar's arsenal of moves, include, you know, upward attacks, you know, kind of like they did in Super Castlevania 4. You know, they gave Simon's whip more flexibility, literally. And as a result, it made the game a lot of fun to play. Wall jump. Reinstate, you know, flipping off of enemies when you jump on them, because that's cool as hell. Obviously, get rid of the vertical, you know, screen break like that. Yep, 8-way top-down movement. They'd probably try to find a way to shoehorn Mode 7 in there. Maybe you could figure out how to do some kind of 3D stage. I don't know. Yeah, 8-way whipping's a lot of fun. So why not 8-way disc armor? Yup, just larger rooms. I have to wonder, why did so few developers actually go ahead and, you know, make Super Nintendo sequels to a lot of their NES classics? You know, they just let them be. You know, we never got a Super Guardian Legend from Compile, nor any kind of, you know, sequel to, you know, Xanadu, which would have been awesome. So many potentially really cool Super Nintendo sequels that just never ended up happening. Wow, that does it. No Super Link's Adventure. Seriously. I would love for Nintendo to someday revisit the Zelda 2 formula. I know they're never going to. Which sucks. They should. Okay, I'm almost at the point where I can power up my my regular attack again. Just need them to drop more mind. Yeah. When I've said this a bunch of times, Hanabi, when developers figured out consistently how to make, you know, like a good platformer or what made for a, you know, good RPG, etc. Oh, I love that game. Praise the Sun. It's awesome. The CDI games, Cold Comfort. Those are one that even I don't think I would find that much positive to say about them. I mean, Pokemon, they've changed up the formula a few times, Spoon, but not like a Zelda 2 style game. If they did and I didn't notice, somebody tell me so I can play it right now, but... There's just so many great game design concepts. Colosseum is nothing like Zelda 2. Not even a little. You know, that doesn't surprise me that much, Jones. The CDI Zelda that I'm most interested in is Zelda's Adventure, the one with the digitized live action. Because one, I've always enjoyed that kind of FMV game because they have a certain cheesy nostalgia factor to them. Excuse me. But also that one looks mostly like it plays like a Zelda game. And that looks like it would be potentially pretty fun? Question mark. No, I mean, like, I would love to see Nintendo actually try to evolve their Zelda 2 ideas. Granted, most of the big ideas from Zelda 2 ended up in other Zelda games. That's where, the magic system in most Zelda games comes from. It's just Zelda 2. So I'm going to use that magic now to recover and try to get enough for the attack and assail magic. Okay, I've heard Scarlet Violet are really good. Like, in terms of their core gameplay. But, yep, all the sage names, a lot of town names and stuff like that are from Zelda 2. They've not forgotten about Zelda 2. They just, decided, what if we expand and refine the format of Zelda 1 and make that our template? Who knows? Maybe Tears of the Kingdom will do a big shocker and be more Zelda 2 inspired, in the same way that, Breath of the Wild was clearly, Nintendo trying to recapture the feel of Zelda 1. That's what I've heard, Nucleotide. Like, on a technical standpoint, they're a complete mess. But from a, design standpoint, they're actually really fun and represent one of the best core gameplay loops in the entire series. Which is an interesting, halfway between place to be stuck. Alright, we're also getting shredded. Look at our tone going. It does bother me, Hanabi, that it will be $70. I'm going to buy it. It's not a question. They're right that they can get away with it. At the same time, I don't doubt that I'm going to get, however you want to define $70 worth of fun out of the new Zelda game. My bigger concern with games becoming $70 is that there are very few games that I feel like, AAA games specifically, that I feel like are worth that price tag to begin with. $60, $50, doesn't matter what. I didn't play the new God of War because it did not look like a game I would personally be interested in. But from what I've seen of other people playing it, ain't no way that game has $70 of appeal for me. Maybe for some players it does. I'm not one of them. Alright. Let's kill this guy. The nice thing about this magic is you don't need to hit the enemy for it to hit him. Which is great. There we go. Yeah, Nintendo first-party games almost never go down in price. I'm surprised about that as well, Nucleotide, because this would be, the perfect time to say, hey, we made the Switch Pro now, or the Switch 2, in the same way that, Breath of the Wild was a launch title for Switch, but also came out on Wii U. I'd appreciate a refresh for the Switch. The hardware is old. Games are, having to dial themselves back to compensate for the Switch at this point. And that's not cool. Granted, we've also very recently seen, the efforts of what incredible optimization can do, because the Metroid Prime remaster looks phenomenal. Because it's not just a, resolution bump on 20-year-old assets. It looks like, almost entirely new models, lighting, textures, etc. And it looks phenomenal. It looks great. I mean, I really liked both the Wii U and I like my Switch. If the Switch was my only system, I don't think I would be very happy with it. Or I think I'd be happy with it for the games that I like it for. Which are, not new AAA titles. That's not what I have one for. And I think Nintendo knows that most people don't have their Switch for that either. I mean, it kind of did, Grilson. You know, it's not trying to be a current generation home console, so much trying to be a handheld that can also be a home console. And it does a pretty good job with both of those things. I am still playing through Xenoblade 3. I need to finish it before Tears of the Kingdom comes out. That's my deadline for myself. I need to get what am I? Oh yeah, when Tears of the Kingdom comes out, full warning, I'm not going to stream it because I don't think it's the kind of game I would like to stream. It's the kind of game where I'd like to take my own time and just go through it at a leisurely pace. However, I am almost assuredly going to take like a week off of streaming to play it nonstop. So when it comes out, you may not see me for a week. Just a warning. So I can't remember if this is the way I went before. This might be the sky area. I think this is the sky area. I'll wait for now. Trying not to get destroyed by the aggressive barrage of enemies here. I mean, even with the PS4 and Xbox One, though, it really doesn't compete in terms of power. I've seen Pizza Tower all around because people are super into it right now. I don't know... Okay, yeah, this is the Sky Zone, Lapis. I don't think I want to be there yet. I've watched some gameplay of it, and I'm not totally sold. I like the funny faces the main character makes. Those are fun. As far as the game itself, I don't know that it looks like it's as fun as Wario Land 4. So I'm not sold on it. Watching it made me want to play Wario rather than wanting to play it. Yeah, wait for a sale is how I think I'll approach it. Hey Lyles, how you doing? Movement instead of puzzles. Yeah. Which is fine, but I think I'd rather have the Wario style of puzzles more than movement. Yeah. So if you like Pizza Tower, Wario Land 4 feels like a pretty safe recommendation for a game you would probably also dig. Isn't the soundtrack done by the same guy who did Yonoid 2 soundtrack for Pizza Tower? There we go, regain our strength. Now I think we need to go back to Grand Mountain and go all the way to the bottom right, get back to where we were before. Ooh, sure, Hanabi. So I'm gonna warn you, any karaoke redeemed is going to be a love song, because Valentine's is tomorrow. Let me choose something. Give me a sec. What's your new PBs in Noid 2, if you don't mind my asking, Jones? How's your personal Noid progress going? I mean, it's the same songs that I sing anyway, Spoon. You're not missing. It's nothing new. Let me see what I got. Give me 1 sec. I gotta close the door. Keep the cat out. Yeah, exactly. Plus, with any kind of flimsy excuse, any song can be called a love song. Let's see. I know I sing this all the time, but because it's a good song. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like the river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. I died the exact second that I got enough mind to use my spell. The exact second. Oh well. Oh, it's a great song, Gabret. Thank you for the karaoke, Hanabi. Ooh, we get some slowdown here. You guys are such a pain dropping eggs on me. Wonder, can I, like, bait them into spawning? Oh, yeah. No, he came very much from a, kind of gospel background. There we go. Let's get that first. Yeah, I mean, the NES is surprisingly capable hardware in a lot of respects. Yes, in some ways the Sega Master System was more powerful. Not in as many as you would think. In terms of actually putting a lot of stuff on screen at once, the NES could do a lot, especially in the hands of talented developers. It's not like it was this, wimpy little thing. Like, yeah, the 16-bit systems came along and were obviously technically superior. But you've got to keep in mind, the NES stuck around for so long that by the end of the NES's lifespan, you could walk into a store and buy either a brand new NES or a brand new PS1. The NES was still being sold at retail into, 1994, 1995. It did not, fade away at all. It really, really hung on. And for, good reason. It was easy to develop for by that point. You could get great results out of it. You had a huge install base. Even this being an early game, yes, the background is, mostly just one layer. Though on some scenes you do have a second layer. But it's well drawn. It looks nice. It's not, the ugly, blocky abstractions of something like an Atari game where it's amazing if you have something that even resembles something at all. You know, like Pitfall having recognizable trees is an achievement. Yeah, the NES didn't stop getting Mega Man games until, what, 1993? 92? Yeah, right? 6502 could get a lot done. Right now I'm just trying to get some magic and health to get myself upgraded again. Because every time you die, your disc armor gets kind of sent back to its default state. So you're going to want to use the power-up magic, but that costs 3 mind. These things are so huge. Impressive, but... Right, and let's hope that we don't have a game freeze scenario again. If we do, I'm gonna be sad. Oh, lame. These, oh god. The ropes are very challenging to deal with. I'm wondering, should I go... I'm gonna agree, Felly, because then Mega Man 7 would have been better. I hope. They dropped the ball on Mega Man 7. And they had no reason to not do a good job on it. They just didn't. That's kind of when, you know, cracks were starting to show in Capcom's overall ability, if you ask me. Different devs. Okay. That explains that. Better than X7 is one of the lowest bars in the world to clear. Like... Jones, have you played X7? Because, man, to go angry video game nerd on them, what were they thinking? Like, actually. Ooh, so we get... Doing some exploration here. We see this stump. When we get the crossbow, then we can shoot. It's a Game Boy game for Super Nintendo. I mean, that's funny, but... You can see the Palace of Dorago above this island. I sure did. Oh, I'm so sorry, Eddie. I'm very sorry for you. I know X5 was supposed to be the last one, and then Capcom was like, no, make X6. You have less than a year. And that's why X6 is the way it is. Which is really funny. Like, actually super funny. Get more of these guys. We're also getting toned as hell. How did they manage to rush multiple entries in what was supposed to be their flagship franchise multiple times? Like, how do you make the same mistake twice in the span of a single year? Only Capcom is capable of this. That's like advanced bad decision making. The disc armor is so fun to use. Like, top tier weapon. I'm gonna go find the hermit who can restore my health and try to make progress that way. You can buy the good one or the funny one. There we go. So for anybody who decides to play Rygar, just take great caution when you're using the the pulley to pull yourself across stages like that. Because it is precarious. You need to, like, line up Rygar's waist, and you'll hear it click on, and you'll see the sprite change. That's how you know you did it right. Otherwise, you're just going to walk off and fall straight into the water and die. And that sucks. No, I don't have the God's coat of arms. I went the wrong way. Alright. I kind of wish Rygar's actual sprite was a little bit more colorful. He's a bit bland looking. He's got kind of a reddish-brown set of armor, black hair, and he looks like... Granted, he is a corpse. No, so there is some parallax scrolling in the first stage of this game, Aaron, but not much. This is a fairly early NES game, 1987. So parallax scrolling was possible, but you needed to really want it. Let's carefully make our way up here. There we go. There we go. Now we have our health restored. Also, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. I'll leave you with some good game music in the meantime. Give me 1 sec. I think someone guessed the last one, so I'll put on something different. What do I have that would be good? Here's a good one. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yep, it's Soul Blazer. Quintet made awesome games. Everybody should play them. Alright, let's get back to it though. It's Rygar time. There we go. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Alright, I remember where I need to go now. I've got all my health back. We are trying to get to that funky underground cavern looking place that was carved out by the Alaskan bullworm from SpongeBob. That's our goal. I just got to get there safely and not die getting through it. Because every time you get to a new set of screens, you do trigger like a new continue point. So it's good to try to make as much progress as you can, even if you end up dying, because you can continue from that point. The game is quite merciful by NES game standards in that sense. There we go. Not really, Skumo. Not that I can think of. There are NES games where, you know, music will change based on an event, like maybe even something like a boss getting low on health can do it. But not in the modern, like, procedurally generated sense. It wouldn't technically be impossible, but I don't think that was a real priority. Usually music will happen with something like a screen transition, so when we go to, you know, yeah, stuff getting faster, or when we go to a new screen here, you know, the music changes to indicate that, you know, it's a new area. Slow down. Also, I've got to say, that feeling of bouncing off of something and, like, getting the attack in at the right moment is so cool. Like, it's one of those things that makes Rygar still feel unique today, in my opinion. Because I can't think of many other games, especially from this time period, that let you do anything like that. You know, yes, in Mario, you bounce off enemies and you use that to platform better. But that's in, you know, a platform game. This is more an action game where you also do platforming, if that distinction makes any sense. Might just be a distinction without a difference to some people, but... that would be super cool, Jones. Also, I'm still, like, reeling over Rockman 4 Minus Infinity. I cannot believe how good that game is. Just incredible. Like, I can't recommend it to enough people. I went into it thinking, you know, is this really going to be as good as I'm being told? And the answer is 100%, without doubt, it's that good. Like, believe the hype. The hype doesn't even come close to explaining how good it really is. So I love that I can jump on these, like, trilobite-looking things. Ooh, that's good. That's real good. It's incredible. So we're getting powerful. We're up there now. Oh, come on. Right after someone dropped health? Really? Oh, I think, Skumo, you were asking about parallax scrolling before. Here's a little bit. We've got the sun in a background layer here. Along with, you know, something scrolling. The sun here is probably being done just as a bunch of sprites. Because I'm pretty sure if I jump high enough, I can kind of cross paths with it, and you can see a tiny bit of flicker to show, you know, the way it's being done, you know, peek behind the curtain, basically. But it's a really nice effect. You know, we've got a blood red sky. the sun behind the mountains. Very cool, very dramatic. Oh yeah, I could expand the picture a tiny bit viral. Let me actually not while I'm playing I can't. Actually, no, I can do it here. I just don't want to cut off any of the top or bottom of the actual image. The aspect ratio is unchanged. It's still just a 4:3 aspect ratio. Let me see. That's a little better. I just want to make sure I'm not cutting off top or bottom of the screen at any point. Okay, give me 1 sec. There we go. That's a little better. No, forget about your internal render resolution. I don't care what it internally renders as. I care about what it output on the TV as. I grew up seeing it 8:7 or 4:3, and I'm gonna keep it at 4:3. It's super weird, especially with the Super Nintendo, because developers, some designed around that, you know, knowing that, you know, circles would get, you know, stretched out slightly, and, you know, designed their assets to match that. And then some developers, like Nintendo, just didn't give a shit. They just made their shit, you know, whatever, 8:7. They're like, yeah, we don't care. Fuck it. Put it out in the world. I don't trust these flames. There we go. It's their system, yeah. I mean, I've tried. I think actually when I first hooked up my Super Nintendo for streaming, I did like a poll on Twitter asking people, you know, do you have any strong feelings about, you know, 8:7 versus 4:3, and which would you rather see? And most people didn't care. So I just went with 4:3, since that's what I'm used to seeing. And in some games, yeah, 8:7 looks better-ish. Viral, you're banned. If you you paid for the... I can't understand people who can just stretch out the assets in an old game like this. 32:9. How thin can you get it? How stretched can you make it? The stretching, you know, talking, you know, 4:3 versus 8:7, that's fine. You know, that's nerd talk that nobody really cares about as long as they can play the game. Don't do it, Jones. Don't do it. Oh, you stretch them on the Game Boy Advance? God. 300. You need to play on the Game Sphere for that. You want to know the trick for this boss class? Literally just crouch. She can't hurt you. At all. As long as you're crouching, you're safe. Easiest boss in the whole game. Just attack. You cannot be touched. Project it inside a massive concrete dome. You're surrounded. Every 1 foot by 1 foot area is a pixel. Easiest boss in the game. I'm Indra. I'll give you this crossbow. Hell yeah. Now this crossbow lets us, whenever we see one of those gaps with like a stump, we can shoot across the gap now. So, you know what? I think this absolutely fits most people's criteria of Metroidvania, where progression is gated by, you know, items and backtracking and that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, don't forget to get super, super shredded. Play Quake with the most nauseating FOV you possibly can. Come on, Rygar. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. There you go. Latching onto those is so tricky. Alright, we're about halfway through the game now. 1080 FOV. Just make it a literally impossible to view game. God, what would Twitch do if you projected, like, gameplay in a 360 cube outward? Can it even process that? Or 360 sphere outward, not cube. Port it to VR. Give me the Twitch VR viewing experience. I do have a VR headset. I could watch it that way. Oh, you're going the Zelda old man route, Aaron. So you gotta... I much prefer the Rygar route, wherein you get insanely buff. Reach Enlightenment. So, the Atari Jaguar, Skumo, had a VR headset in development. There were 3 working prototypes at one point in history. Only one has survived. But it had a few actual games for it, including Missile Command 3D VR. And apparently it worked great. I'm not making a joke. That was a real thing in 1995. You can look it up. There was also going to be a Sega VR for the Genesis. No, there were other top-down platformers. And actually, pretty recently, like a year or two ago, some of the code for one of the games that was demoed as Sega Genesis VR was found and has been reconstructed, and I believe can be played in VR now. Which is insane. I'm gonna go restore my health and then try to figure out where I'm going next. I think I need to go back to the Grand Mountains, because that's where I could shoot across a gap. And then move on to the next part of the game. God, those guys are flexing, too. Oh, hell yeah. You mean my great idea? Yeah, it's a really big game for NES. Not just for NES, like, this would still be a mid-sized Super Nintendo game. Yeah, that's the thing. Look, if you haven't become insanely buff, I don't think you've reached enlightenment yet. That's just how it works. Also, Hodge, which system are you thinking of? Because I know the Saturn did have an MPEG video card for better FMV. Oh, Jaguar. Enlighten us. What did the Buddha say? As long as it's not an MPEG video card. That's a very different thing. Carry water, chop wood. After enlightenment, carry water, chop wood. Genuinely. Really genuinely. Come on, Rygar, you can do it. I believe in you. Grab the rope. Grab the rope, Rygar. Ah, screw it, I'm going around. Water's a great workout weight. Look, people have been buff since antiquity. We didn't suddenly get buff with the invention of dumbbells. Well, think about it. Chopping wood is a, complex isometric movement that uses multiple muscle groups. Yeah, lift rock, throw rock. All right, now we're back in the Grand Mountains. I also love, that each area has its own distinct music. I think that's what goes a long way to making this game really feel like an adventure, instead of just, a list of places. Speaking of throwing heavy things, I'm listening. Yeah, drink it as you work out. Even though the music here does sound like lullaby. Oh, this is the guy that tells me I can go up from here. I did not hear about that. How does that happen? How does one... He missed the river and hit a church. That's some pretty bad angling. Like, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's not a very good fisherman. Just a hunch, you know. Now, I'm not a professional angler, but I think that means you're not doing it right. Just guessing. His dynamite fishing plans were ruined. Now, dynamite fishing can work. Know what the funniest thing is that's actually real is electrofishing, which cousin of mine works for the Department of Environmental Protection, and so he's responsible for, you know, fish census, basically. He well, they have finely tuned, you know, machines basically just for stunning the fish. And so he's the guy that goes out in a rowboat and sticks, you know, this wand into the water and zaps a fish. And then, you know, they count based on a square, you know, area and kind of extrapolate from there with what they know about the water quality and all of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, controlling invasive fishery species is very, very important, because they can completely destroy a fishery, an ecosystem. Also, how cool is this? Like, we're shooting a crossbow to, you know, end up in our new area. This is dope. Like, this is so cool. Oh, this is like the first boss. Oh, and he hits just as hard as the first boss. Shit. That hurt. Well, let's go beef up a bit here. Spearfishing or bust. Oh, I think there was a Tom Scott video on that, Aaron, if I'm remembering right. If I'm thinking of the same thing you are. There's one electrified portion of a canal or something leading to one of the Great Lakes. I mean, you'd have to try really hard to end up in there. It would very much be your fault. Alright, let's retreat a bit and try to bulk up some more. Try to find an enemy that's maybe good for grinding, or a good spot to grind a bit. I have not thought about the show Lost in years. Is it any good? Like, did it have a good ending? I watched maybe the first 2 seasons, and nothing beyond that. Okay, so that would be for... That's where I go on. Does the guy up here heal me? I can't remember. What's this guy do? Nope, he's asking for a coat of arms. Nothing wrong with that, Bloody Heartland. God knows, I like plenty of things that aren't very good. I have no ground to stand on in judging anybody else's taste and stuff. Just looking at what I play regularly on stream. Alright, let's try to build up some power here. Let's see. So I need to power up. I think I'll get Attack and Assail to make that easier. Let's see. I'm at 785 and 759. Okay, these are worth 1 of each. I have no idea how much I need for my next level. If anybody has, like, a leveling chart for this game, that would be helpful. So I'd like to know, is it worth doing a bit of a grind or not really? At a definitive end, they stuck an extra episode in the DVD just to, like, wrap things up. For some reason, that's funny. Like, they couldn't do it on TV, so they had to just stick it in DVD extras. Okay, now we can power up the weapon. Oh, damn it. Oh, I got knocked off the rope. That was embarrassing. Like an afterthought for questions. Still pretty funny. That was an embarrassing way to die. I'm very glad that this game doesn't punish you very much for dying. I do wish it had a password or battery save. Battery save would have been really expensive at the time the game came out, so I understand why it didn't have that. But a password system would have been really nice. Because without that, it is a beat it in one sitting kind of game. Which, this is pushing it for that, you know? Yeah, so the game has two main modes of gameplay. Yeah, just get a game saver. Like all the gaming magazines would have had. And when you do upgrade the disc armor, though, it feels so much more satisfying to use with how quickly it shoots. Actually, standing on here, you effectively can't get hurt. Might be a spot to get some experience. Because I think before I go into that tower, I'll want to use the attack and assail magic just to make whatever fights in there easier or trivial. Oh yeah, you can replace those, Bloody Heartland. It's easy to do. You probably can't recover the data that was there, but you can, you know, make the carts good as new for the future. Yep, it's easy to do. Most of my, like, you know, Super Nintendo, Genesis, etc. games that I play, I've replaced the save batteries with new ones, because they're just like CR2032 watch batteries. They're just a standard battery type. And it's pretty easy to do even if you don't have, you know, any technical know-how. Yep, saving was done on, for most Game Boy Advance games, it was just writable memory. And the actual saves, it was just clock for the battery. Oh, what was up here? Was this guy a heal room? Might have been. Okay, yeah, so I could have gone here to heal. Yeah, just never turn off the Nintendo. Look, I've already had the system fail once tonight. Because the cartridge wasn't making good enough contact, apparently. And got set back by like a full hour in this game. I don't need that to happen again. Oh yeah, I mean, it's a speedrun. Why would you save unless you're using like a death warp strategy kind of thing? Doesn't make sense. No memory card, you gotta speedrun every game. Or just leave the PS2 on for a long time, depending on the game. And then you have to explain to your parents why you need another, you know, accessory for your game system. Oh yeah. I've been meaning to look at the Metroid Prime remaster because I really like Metroid Prime, and it looks like they did an excellent job with the remake. It looks like just so much effort went into it, because it's clearly not just, you know, the same game, you know, upscaled into HD, the same assets. It's new assets. That's what I've been hearing, Aaron, that it's just a really, really good, you know, remaster. I've heard that about the Dead Space one as well. I'm also just shocked at how nice it looks visually, given that it is, you know, a Switch title. What has Retro Studios been up to? Like, can Nintendo just have them, you know, do that stuff more? I love gyro aiming on the Switch. I think it works super duper well, especially in Splatoon. I never played Splatoon 3, though. I played Splatoon 2. Yeah, well, not as long as they should have been, because Namco got fired. Bandai Namco were on that job originally, and now they aren't. Alright, we've got Attack and Assail magic set up. Yeah, Monolith gets, Intelligent Systems as well end up as a helper studio a lot of the time. Oh, I can totally cheese this guy. Almost totally. Got him. That was cool as hell. Let's go. No poor Bandai. They don't deserve your pity. Another? Oh god. It does so much damage if it hits you. I think if I'm really close to him and jump at just the right time, I can get over all of it, but there we go. Ugh. That was a stressful little fight there. Another. Okay, I've got a safe pattern, if not fast. I know that speedruns for this game are completely insane, because there are wrong warps you can do. Okay, this is that tank thing. Oh, he switches direction? Are you kidding me? Oh, you hit him and he switches direction. Oh, God! This is cool as hell, but I'm getting my ass kicked. Can I just not deal with you, please? Okay, it's on the third one. He drops. Wow! No, that was the tank guy from the manual. That was sick, but... Oh, this is the dragon thing it mentioned. Oh. I was gonna... Damn it. Oh. Where am I gonna respawn? Oh, at the start of the whole thing. That's fine. I'm gonna go back, get a... Oh. You good there, Rygar. You were hanging a little low on that rope. I don't know how you held on there, buddy. Let's go to the guy that can restore our health. It'd be really nice if the bosses I killed stayed dead in between the fights, but I do not expect that to be the case. That would be, again, super nice if it was, but I doubt that. No, thankfully, this is not Deadly Towers. Man, I gotta say, though, I had a great time playing Deadly Towers. And I went back and I beat it the day after. Not on stream, just for me. I just needed to beat that final boss. And it was worth it. Absolutely never. Absolutely never, Jones. I mean, there was... oh, do you mean for me to play the Rygar remake? Sorry, I'm trying not to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, that was very loud. Deadly Towers, for all its flaws, though, at least was really ambitious and was still pretty fun to play. No, in 2002, there was Rygar, The Legendary Adventures for PS2. That was a really good game. Totally, reinvented the series. It made it like a 3D, action-type game. God of War, 3 years before God of War came out, basically. It's a good game, too, and it's still cheap. So if you're looking for good PS2 games, but you're annoyed at how expensive some of the, more well-known ones are, give Rygar a try. Yeah, God of War literally is Rygar-like. Yeah, can't wait for him to have a son. So, Aaron, you joke, but I don't know if you were here when I played Virtual Hide-Lide. I did it as a race. Blind Virtual Hide-Lide race with another streamer, Swirl Drop. and we had so much fun playing that game. Yeah, good thing I already have Armored Core 2. And have for years. But jokes aside, Virtual Hydlide is actually a really good remake of Hydlide. And I know that might sound ridiculous, but allow me to explain. The reason it's a good remake is because your goals are largely the same as the original Hydlide. No, we did not use the same world seed, I don't think. And that was part of the fun, was just seeing, you know, who got what kind of, you know, fucked up things happening in theirs. Neither of us had played it before. It was a blind race, which was, again, very, very fun. And it meant that we were both clueless. We played it on the easiest setting, so it shows you, you know, it points an arrow basically to where your next objectives are. And that goes a really long way into making that game a lot better. I did. It didn't matter. Drop beat me. Yeah, Faerun is one I've been meaning to check out more. Because it looks like a really faithful interpretation of why Hydlide, you know, captured people's imaginations. How much do these guys give me? 1282. Okay, let's two-tone one last. Hide and seek. Honestly, if Virtual Hydlide for Saturn had a patch or something to improve the performance to, you know, what we'd consider an acceptable modern level, or even to, you know, if it even ran at like a consistent 20 frames per second, I genuinely think people would remember it as a, like, pioneering early 3D action RPG classic. I'm not kidding. It just runs so poorly that it can really turn people off. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. That sneeze has messed me up. Give me a sec. There we go. Sorry about that. Also, the pause in this game is really disarming because it doesn't even say anything. We got an alien in the chat. Is that why there have been UFO sightings? Alright, now... You know what? I'm not going to bother with the attack and assail magic. Hello, Nekorin24. How you doing? Welcome on in, Raiders. For anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher, I do a lot of singing, I organize a VTuber choir, and I play lots of retro games all on real hardware. And tonight, I am playing Rygar for NES, a game by Tecmo from 1987 that's a big, open-world action-adventure, action RPG. Super fun. What were you up to? Sure, I'll take my hat off. Leon, give me a sec. Let me remove my hat. Parasite Eve 2. Oh, nice. How'd you like it? Parasite Eve is one of those series that I kind of wish would come back, but then I remember Parasite Eve 3rd birthday on PSP, and I'm suddenly fine with it, you know, staying dead. I mean, most animation was done, you know, at 12 frames per second, so it's not completely wrong there. Oh, I'll do that after this fight. Spoon, give me a sec. Got him. There we go. Hat's going back on. Hat's back on. Yeah, right? 3rd birthday never happened. Totally fake. Alright. Now, what was the next enemy? Hat, make up your mind. Are you staying on or off? Very inconsiderate to keep changing like that. Okay, I don't get to fight the super fast tank guy again. That was cool as hell, though. Alright, give me a sec, Viral. Nope. It's staying on. Whoa. A little hard to tell if I'm hitting this guy, but I'm pretty sure I am. How many hits does he take, though? Oh, a lot, apparently. I wish the boss music was a little more exciting. Oh, damn it. I got too close. It's tricky, Skumo, because the hat is either... They're separate models that I have to load in. They're either on or off. So there's no, like, in-between or animation for it. But Jotaro's hat, where it's just made of his hair. Very ambiguously. So I'm going to want to get... Well, I might want to go in there with the powerful attack magic. Couldn't hurt. Or I might want to level up more. I don't know. I don't feel like grinding, so I'm just going to try to get good. Could be that I'm not even doing damage to him, though. I don't know how much tone is required. How toned do I need to be? I do just love that your strength and your health are called tone and last in this game, which, if you think about it, makes perfect sense. It's how toned are you? You know, how strong are you? And how long do you last? What other stats do you need? Jokes aside, I do actually think that's a pretty cool way to think of it. Plus, keep in mind, this is still a really, really early days for action RPGs. Yeah, pie. Pie makes you feel better. Yeah, short for piety, but pie also makes you feel better. What kind of VNs are you playing, Viral? Right, I think I'm gonna want to get myself the secondary magic, the attack and assail. So that does a ton of damage and hits like 10 times. Or can hit upwards of 10 times. Digimon, not a food. So I know very little about Digimon, but I know that the Brazilian opening for Digimon is one of the funniest things in the world, because they just have this random, like, Brazilian woman just singing over the the intro. She's just there. It's very, very funny. Is finished Digimon like that as well? I kind of love when, you know, localized anime would just do stuff like that. Because it's really, really funny. Okay, now I have enough for the good magic. Let's not get hit by a grouse egg, which is what those are according to the manual. Shit! Rygar, why'd you hop off? I swear I didn't hit the button. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm mentioning, Nekorin. It just has some woman in like an orange shirt and hat. I just love that in Brazil the Sega Master System is still sold brand new on store shelves next to, you know, a Nintendo Switch. Master System reigns supreme there. Alright, let me not die embarrassingly again. Okay, the Brazilian one's different. Are they both worth looking up then for their comedy value? All right, we're gonna go to the buff wizard, get our health back, power up our weapon again, get the good spell, then go fight that boss. Easy. Simple as that. Oh, didn't the Girls und Panzer English dub originally come from, like, Singapore or Hong Kong? Like, not from the US? Because I've only ever seen the Girls und Panzer, subtitled. The original. This is the wrong way. Yeah, it was some territory that, had, for whatever reason, that show in English. I do also like listening to, like, foreign dubs of American shows to see, okay, what do these characters sound like in other languages? Like, Japanese dub SpongeBob is very, very funny to listen to as an American. And it's good, too, that's the thing. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen is, the infamous opening scene to The Dark Knight Rises, the official Japanese dub of it. Just because hearing, Bane and the CIA guy having their exchange in Japanese is really funny. And they hired, famous Japanese actors to do the dubbing. Because you want star power associated with a dub just as much as you do with an original voice cast or cast. So it's a high quality work, but very, very funny because of it. Like, it's almost funnier because it's well made and good, if that makes sense. So I really need someone to drop health or something. Oh, there we go. Prayers were answered. All right, Rygar, we're going. Yeah, I mean, Batman's pretty popular all over the world, so it's not that surprising. Though, in my experience, most foreign countries consuming American media just watch it subtitled, Excuse me. It's like when I lived in Korea, if I went to the movies and I was seeing an American film, it would just be subtitled in Korean, not dubbed over. That was the typical experience. Which is very convenient, as an American. And if I, wanted to challenge myself, then I'd go see a Korean film and do my best to, understand as much as I can. Well, I think for a lot of people, it's just more cost-effective to subtitle something as a film studio than to hire a cast to dub it. There's lots of great Korean films. You've probably seen films you didn't know were made in Korea before, or had a Korean director. Watch some Japanese King of the Hill. I would love to see the episode where, Hank goes to Japan, how they handle it. That would be very funny, I think. So I want to kill this guy without taking a hit. Also curious how much experience he gives. So we're at 1300 last and 1487. Oh, he gives a ton! Honestly, it might be worth going in and out of that room to fight that guy a lot. That was a huge amount of experience. So that sneeze earlier has, messed me up. I'm destabilized from that. He'll never forgive the Japanese. Got him! Play this instrument atop the Tower of Lyle. No, we didn't win the game. We just got the next item we need to keep progressing. Game's got a lot of moving parts going on. There we go. I think in the manual it says Tower of Life, and in the game it says Lyle, which is kind of funny. So now from here, don't think we go back up. What was up here? I think that was saying that I needed the crossbow to progress, but I'm going to double check. Nope, that's asking for the God's Coat of Arms. If I get the God's Coat of Arms, I know those guys then will give me health potions that I can use, which would be nice, but I don't know where to get the God's Coat of Arms. Excuse me. First I'm going to go refill my health, then I'm going to go back to Garlaw's Valley, which is the top-down section of the game. Then from there, I think there's an area I can go now that I have the crossbow. It's absolutely just God's coat hanger of arms. This guy's just going to heal us. It would be nice if you could just jump down from there. But I'm going to assume they would just say, well, Rygar dies because he fell 50 feet, even though clearly, that can't hurt him. Ugh. I forget what the manual called these guys. They're very funny looking. Whoop. Need that. That's enough for more magic, should I need it. So I'm getting pretty up there. I think there's only 3 more things of health we can gather, which just come from level ups from fighting. Excuse me. That sneeze earlier caught me off guard and has messed me up. I just don't feel right now because of it. I hate when that happens. It's almost like I've got something, stuck in my throat now. A bit of mucus got dislodged in the wrong way. Died of sneeze. No, if I'm gonna die from some kind of event like that, I want to go out like there's a Greek dude recorded in history, Chrysippus, who died of laughing so hard at his own joke that he died. And the best part is that it wasn't even, a funny joke. He was having, dinner with some friends, and they were, seated outside because the weather's nice because it's Greece. And a donkey, reaches over and steals a fig from his plate. And he says to his servant, bring that donkey some wine to wash down that fig. And he laughed so hard at it that he died. He laughed so hard he started having a seizure, foaming at the mouth, and died because he's better give that donkey some wine, and laughed so hard that he couldn't stand it. Which honestly, what a good way to die. Making a terrible, terrible joke. Just the lamest dad joke possible. Oh, I'm sure it would be traumatizing to watch. He was also old. But yeah, he was the life and death of the party. Very literally. I feel like that's a pretty fun way to go out, You died laughing not just at any joke. Yeah, he took lethal psychic damage from his own joke. That's an accomplishment, if you ask me. Alright, Rygar. You can do it. There we go. Every single time you have to mount one of those ropes, it's life or death. Very stressful. I haven't died to one of those yet. I would knock on wood, but then that would be knocking on my desk, which risks destabilizing my NES further. You can fall into the water, Bloody Heartland, and you will die if you do. So I would highly recommend not doing that. Come on, let me go. Nope. I'm trying to go left. Thank you. No, let me go. Let me go around this door, please. There we go. Look, Rygar has been resurrected from the dead. Zombies don't do great with water. And that's in the manual. You know, not that zombies don't do great with water, but that he came back from the dead. You can see the Palace of Durago above this island. I think, is that where I play the flute, maybe? Or I think I can use the crossbow right here. Yeah. Can I not? No? Shit. I fell into the water and died. It's easy to do. I got too close to the edge. I may consult a guide. We'll see. Yeah, right? Those old guys would sink immediately. They're way too buff. Rygar's pretty buff, but those guys are humongous. Alright, go this way. I'm trying to think. I don't think the Eruga Forest had anything new to show us when we left there. Is that true, Bloody Heartland? Because that would be... I would not be surprised if this was a game that influenced him as a kid. Probably. Well, that would mean we'd need to find a place to fit this into the Dark Souls timeline. You know? Actually, I'm gonna consult a guide. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Because I want to finish the game tonight. If the game had a save feature, that would be different, but it doesn't. Let me see... Yeah, Rygar, Roger, close enough, right? So let's see, we've been through Eruga's forest. We've been through Sagila's cave. We've done all that. Yep, so we went to the Durago Palace. No, I actually think I went to the wrong place. I don't feel guilty about it at all. Skumo. This is a game I've played before as well. Okay, yeah, I should be able to... Durago's Palace is supposed to be an overhead stage, so I think I went the wrong way before, maybe? That's gotta be kind of fun, reading a guide for a game you know nothing about. Like, to see, like, what kind of game is this even, you know? I feel like that would be fun. You know, would you be able to figure it out when you got to the actual game, having only read a guide for it, you know? Which way is it? There we go. So stressful every single time trying to do that. No, I don't think this is the right way. What did this room say? Is this a coat of arms room? Yep, coat of arms room. Not useful. Oh, how'd you hit me? Also, it would be really easy to not realize you can progress on those screens. Because it's not entirely clear that you can, you know, follow that tiny, tiny little path there. Might not be intuitive for somebody who's never played this before. Like that right there. So that's a very small gap. I think there's got to be like a a stump I can shoot. Oh yeah, Nintendo Power was always fun to read whether you had the game or not. You know, that was being detailed for the strategy. Because you'd always have, like, previews of new games coming out. There would always be something to read there. Excuse me. Which way did this guy lead? Okay, this is near where I got the grapple hook initially. So this guy just tells me, meet the 5 war gods. I knew that. Where else am I going? Don't think there's anything up that path for me. I almost walked into the water somehow. I'm gonna take a look at the guide again. Okay, yep, there is a tree stump I can find. So that's what I was missing. Yeah, that is a shame, because it kind of loses, you know, whatever identity it had, Aaron. You know, if it just becomes the same stats you can easily look up online and doesn't have any other added value, like, you know, neat art or maybe interviews with, you know, creators, stuff like that, then what's the point? Look, Oak is the world's worst scientist. He knows jack shit, and he's somehow a professor, and he tasks a couple 10-year-olds with going to do all his fieldwork for him. What's he a professor of? Like, because it sure as shit ain't Pokemon. Dude doesn't know a damn thing. Yeah, he forgets his grandson's name. Like, they gotta have the conversation. Like, is it time to put Oak in a home? Like, he's got tenure. That's what he's got. It's just, it's too funny. Yeah, hustling, getting people to do what he wants. Dude's the champion of, like, shacking up with Ash's mom, is what. Everybody knows, like, that's why he sends Ash so far away. He just says, people call me that. There we go. That was awkward. Alright, we're in. Ash's dad almost showed up in the anime? Aren't they, like, retiring Ash from the anime now? Oh, I think this is the spot that's really good for grinding. Not the one Ash is in. Man, just let the kid have a dad. You know? He's been through a lot for a perpetual 10-year-old. I don't... Know what? When the manual said, animalized men wriggling eerily, I think that must be the one they had in mind. Because that was a nightmare, man. I did not enjoy looking at him. Well done, but you will face more difficult challenges. What are you doing here, man? This is an enemy stronghold, and you're just on a pillar in the middle of the room? What's up with that? That guy's got some explaining to do, I'm gonna say. I don't know that he's working with the enemy, but, like, come on, dude. He's doing his isometrics daily. How much are these guys good for? 2 tone. How much last? And 3 last. Okay, actually, these guys are going to be amazing for grinding. I gotta find a spot where I can just, like, stand safely and just kill a ton of them. Means I really need that magic. Isometric exercises. Care to join me? Jokes aside, great way to keep flexible and strong. And to deceive your boss into thinking that you are not, in fact, burning the roast. Oh, shit, I used the wrong magic. Well, that's a bummer. Didn't mean to do that, but may as well burn it off by killing as many things as I can. That is pretty satisfyingly powerful, though. I love that this game just gives you a screen-clearing magic. Is there smoke coming out of my TV, Furrow? Oh, no. Because, oh, no, that's steam. The steamed clams. I love that steamed hams has just taken on an entire life of its own. You know, I guarantee you there are people who have never seen a single episode of The Simpsons that are somehow familiar with that meme. I would say start stretching daily, Aaron. It will make a huge difference. Even just, a little bit a day. By the end of a month, if you do it every single day, there will be a huge difference in your overall range of mobility. Never seen a full episode? That's so wild to me. I guess that just goes down to, The Simpsons was everywhere when I was a kid, like completely unavoidable, super popular. I loved it. I still love the old seasons. I think they genuinely hold up as extremely funny TV that everybody, would enjoy watching. I need to find like a good spot. Yeah. No, I'm sure everybody's seen clips, it's The Simpsons. Man, so that's really what they had in mind there, with animalized men wriggling eerily when they said that in the manual. Health, don't mind if I do. Okay, I just need one more mind, and then I can power up my weapon, and then probably get a really good grind going in here. Because then I will be able to just hang back in a safe spot and hit these guys constantly. That's not good. Not what I want. No, I don't think it's supposed to be that. I think it's just they're weird. Like, I think that's the only... Okay. I might just, chill for a second and try to grind up at least one more point of health. You know what? I can find a better spot than this, surely. Maybe one over here. Yeah, I wish they would just let The Simpsons end. Let the series have a dignified closure at this point. Defeating Rygar will again return peace to Argul. Yeah. Look, not every track can be a banger. Look, the rest of the soundtrack's good enough. I'm willing to forgive it this. Yeah, just run it into the ground. Yeah, too much profit loss. I know that that's the reason, and I hate that that's the reason. I just wish it didn't have to be that way. You had a great thing for a long time. Let it die with dignity, please. It deserves the dignity. Brought so many people laughter for so long, but I do not know a single person who's like, oh man, I can't wait to see the new Simpsons episode. I don't think those people exist anymore. I think it's people just turning on their TV sets out of obligation. because I can't imagine what else would compel you to keep doing it at this point. I'm going to look at a map of this fortress. Futurama had the perfect ending, and then they kept making more Futurama, and I wish they hadn't. I really wish they hadn't. Okay, this is... Okay, apparently there was a tree stump there, and I could have kept going. Where's... Okay, yep, I've just got to keep going forward. Well, so when I say Futurama had the perfect ending, I'm talking about the, Yeah, that's true, Eddie. The Halloween specials are still worth watching. They did a few movies and then a few new seasons. The ending with the opera episode was a perfect end to the series, and I wish they hadn't made anything past that, because it was so good. Honestly, I'd be down for The Simpsons just being an annual Halloween episode. That actually sounds pretty good. Okay, there's apparently a place to cross here, and I'm not seeing it. Like where I can use the crossbow to make a bridge. I am not seeing where. And I'm scared to try for fear of dying. Surely it doesn't want me to make that jump, does it? Maybe. Yep, okay. It wanted me to make that jump. I don't like that. That's stressful. That's no good. Yeah, no, Futurama got to have, like, a couple good endings, and now they want to bring it back again. And it's like, I just wish they'd let it end. Just let things have natural conclusions, please. You know? Okay, yeah, this fortress needed better music. Man, I super don't like that enemy. That thing is bad to look at. No, they are planning to bring it back. Your quest is half completed. Fight on. Wish you'd help me, old man. Right? Actual endings only get to happen in anime. Shit. Yeah. Did they come to some agreement to keep John DiMaggio on? The muscles are just for looks. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's better than trying to recast Bender, but better idea. Just don't make more Futurama. Let it stay good. Let it stay mostly good. Yeah, sorry, Rumiko Takahashi fan, can't relate. Speaking of things that should have stayed ended, was Yashahime as bad as I've heard people say it is? You know, the, like, Inuyasha sequel series? Because I've only heard bad things about it, but I have not watched it. So I'm just going on hearsay. And everything I heard was bad. Like, it's rare that I hear such unanimously negative opinions. What would be this way? Boy, I don't like these things. Those are so gross. King of the Hill, if it is, you know, Mike Judge in charge of bringing it back, maybe it'll be okay. You know, that makes me think it could be all right. But I'm still not optimistic. Can I not sneak through the pillars? Am I too buff and muscular for that? Oh, nice. We got another thing of health. Can I really not? I can't go through these. That's very funny. Very silly. I don't actually know what King of the Hill... Or was King of the Hill ending just Hank and Bobby Grillin? Is that what I'm thinking of Nucleotide? So I don't remember it having a big ending. Okay, that was it. That's true. The Ren and Stimpy reboot was not good. I like that The Sopranos just had the guts to go for it, that ending, though. Yep, Boomhauer's a Texas Ranger. Which fits, you know. What is that thing? I don't like that. Animalized men wriggling eerily, as the manual described it. You know, I thought maybe that was a mistranslation, but appears it was right on the money. If you see Dorago, ask him to release my daughter. You have kids? That is weird, Nucleotide. In my brain, those two things don't overlap, but I guess they did. Also, I am way too low on health to try to go do a boss fight. Yeah, just look at him. You know what? Maybe he had his kids before he reached enlightenment. Can I just hang out right here for a bit and make easy kills? I think I can. I mean, generally speaking, I've enjoyed every Mike Judge work I've watched. I don't know him to have missed often. Also, I really need some health if I want any chance of this boss. Yeah, that's the prerequisite for enlightenment. What if I just go to the other side here where there seem to be tons of enemies and just chill for a bit? Get some nice power-ups going on. Oh, I loved Office Space, Tachikoma. Absolute classic movie. That's funny, Gyaru. Also, how you doing? This game's super fun, by the way. I would recommend giving it a play if you haven't. Okay, I need one more magic point to recover health. And boy, do I need it. Like, really bad. What if I just get... Like, I'm trying to find a safe spot where I can just grind a bit. Shit! Okay, I really need... Okay, that's a small mercy. But if I get the one more magic point, then I can restore my health fully. Then I'll probably just try to get enough for the attack magic, because I know the boss is coming up. And then I think we just have the final boss left after that. It's that ingrained in your memory. Oh, Beavis and Butthead was fun. Hasn't lost his touch at all. See, that's the thing. I would trust Mike Judge to still have it, you know? Doesn't strike me as somebody who would be out of touch with what made his work, you know, good in the first place, like a lot of other creators become over time. Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, we're also, like, pretty close to max level at this point. Just advance a bit. We'll know we're at max level once our health fleshes out 2 full lines there. Also, Gyaru, even if you never play this, read the manual, because it's full of really, like, bad translations, and they describe the enemies as animalized men wriggling eerily, which I thought was, you know, a mistranslation. But then I saw some of the enemies, like this thing. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe they were accurate with that. Maybe that wasn't an exaggeration. So how much are these guys worth? 34, 24. Okay, 5 each. Not too bad. Just call furries animalized men wriggling eerily. I mean, look at whatever that is. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like, is that supposed to be humanoid? It's just so weird looking. Ooh, that's the good magic power-up. I need 7 for recover. Only need 5 for the big magic attack that kills everything on screen, though. Furry crocodile. Those words don't go together. Aaron, like, furry and crocodile shouldn't be a combination. Yeah, it's something. Well, they did say that when, you know, the evil guy took over this place, 97, 91. How much are these guys worth? Okay, that's actually really good. I might want to do that for a bit. Give me more of that, please. Just need to find a nice, safe spot where I can safely kill these things and max out all of my stats, and then just run through the rest of the game like it's nothing. I'm actually really glad most of the enemies in this game don't make noise, Furrow, because some of them are just so weird looking that I'm like, I don't want to know what you sound like. Granted, if they ever did make like a Super Nintendo Rygar, that would have been one of the like upgraded features for sure, and it probably would have been sick. But I'm fine with not knowing what fucked up sounds these things would make. I do want to, the world record speedrun for this game is insane, by the way. It's like 9 minutes, because you can exploit wrong warps like crazy, end up in the literal last area of the game and grind to max level in like 3 minutes, and then just go kill the boss. I would love to... Maybe I'll practice that one of these days. Also, we're very close now to full health. You know what? I might just go give the boss a try. Game's got unlimited continues. How hard can it be? Actually, most of the bosses in this game aren't super hard from like a combat perspective in terms of, you know, dodging and shit. It's just you gotta be on point with your reflexes. Got him. Didn't get hurt at all. Because I used a magic that just doesn't attack. You can use Indra's suit of armor for protection. Hell yeah, let's go. That was sick. So now I'm fully armored. I've got, I think, all my gear. I think the only thing left is to get the coat of arms. And then I can go take on the final boss. You can go to the final area, because we have the flute. So I think... Well, I'm going to check the walkthrough. Because we're close now. So I killed Durago. That was easy enough. And then I went through... whatever area. Oh wait, I need to go back to... I never went to Lapis. So if I go back to the plains... then I can go... Demon Tree, God's Room, go north. Okay, go back to where I can refill the life. Let me look at the the overhead map, makes this easier to understand. Okay, I need to go all the way to the right from here. That makes sense. This is a pretty big game for NES in terms of, like, the scope of the adventure. I'm so bummed in retrospect that more Super Nintendo games weren't this ambitious. You know, yes, we got lots of awesome RPGs on Super Nintendo, but they all took pretty safe approaches to their gameplay. Not all of them. You know, obviously games like Chrono Trigger are so far beyond what's possible on the NES in terms of scope and amount of content and all of that. But in terms of, like, mixing different styles of gameplay, there really weren't that many games pushing boundaries like that. I think this is the wrong way. Nope. Okay, we're still on the right track. Good. I don't know. I would have loved to see, you know, where's my Zelda 2 style game for Super Nintendo? It is Wayne, and a lot of that came from, you know, people figured out how to make better games, generally speaking. You know, like, you weren't going to mess up making a basic platformer. You know, some people still did, to be sure. But even, you know, your average, bog standard Super Nintendo platformer, even the most average of them are all still pretty fun. You know, they're good to play. Yeah, making the wrong button jump. That's criminal. But, you know, the baseline quality for games went up, but their creativity factor in a lot of cases went down. Because now, you know, well, why would you make an experimental game when you know you can make something that will be good enough? You know, you don't need to try to push the boundaries because you're guaranteed to be able to make a decent game no matter what. And it's kind of lame. That gets boring. Okay, yeah, this was the area I needed to go to. Then from here, I can go up into the sky area now that I couldn't get to before. Oh, absolutely. The 2010s are a serious dark age in a lot of ways. For me, that really began with the start of the HD era, you know, the 360 and PS3. Because you had all kinds of new, you know, technology resulting in people trying to make, you know, HD games, slathering them in brown and bloom, you know, just making ugly, ugly games. Just no aesthetic value whatsoever. So this is the first new area we've been to in a while. This place is called Lapis. It's a sky kingdom. And this will bring us, I think, to one of the last areas in the game. Yeah! Nailed it. Oh, weird-ass robot. From this point, you can't go on without crossbow. Good thing I have a crossbow. God, that's so cool. Like, I know it's a really basic thing, but there's something so cool about this to me, because it just makes the world feel more real. Yeah. The game development costs for O had gone up so much to try to stay HD, basically. Fight! 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 Hey, calm down, dude. What? Who am I fighting? Can I go down from here? Yeah! Oh, this rules. This is so cool. I'm loving this. If anybody hasn't played Rygar and you're liking what you're seeing, give it a play. This is really, really fun. Okay. Not there. Go from the pillar. If you can, you know, deal with 8-bit NES controls, you'll have a really good time with this, I think. Because it's not even that janky feeling, in my opinion. Oh, we got robot guys. How much do they give me? Curious. Is this the run? I mean, we're not even close to the final boss, I don't think. We've still got, like, an entire other zone. So this will get us the coat of arms that we've been asked about over and over. But actually, I might grind here, because these guys give a lot of resources. And I think 4,000 is the maximum. Really funny thing. Yeah, penultimate zone, I think. In the European release of this game, there is a bug that limits your maximum attack power and health, making the game like 4 times harder in Europe as compared to the American release. So if you're going to play Rygar, don't play the European release unless you are into super unnecessarily punishing games. It's the opposite of Fester's Quest, where the European version is the one to play and the American version is the one to avoid. Though frankly, I think you're safe to just avoid Fester's Quest for the most part. There we go. I think we have reached max level. I think anything past that is just gravy. Please go down from here. Lapis awaits you. You know, that's a good question, Wayne, and it usually has to do with, you know, whoever was localizing it for a territory. Because sometimes you would have to do things like add, you know, different language support. So, like, European releases sometimes need to accommodate, you know, German and French and other, you know, languages apart from English. And it's not always the same company doing stuff. Oh, we've got another boss here. Think. Yeah. Get ruined. Absolutely ruined. We're so strong now. Furrow, I needed you to know that you got filtered for saying stupid German. Just from the auto mod. Alright, we have our coat of arms. We have our final thing here. Oh, did you, Lily? Yeah, you can beat this game in like 10 minutes by using that wrong warp. I've never done it. I kind of want to try. I'm not going to try tonight, I don't think, but... No, it's because you combined the word stupid with a nationality. Oh, Solit's Robo is a great game, Wayne. That's kind of like a loose spiritual sequel to Tail Concerto on PlayStation. I lucked out with my copy of Solit's Robo. I got it for like $10, and now it's extremely expensive. Very fun game, though. All right. I might have already made an allowance for stupid Americans. I would need to check. I have very few things set up on my Twitch. The only actual filtered terms on my Twitch, besides whatever's, you know, terms of service, are Brutal Doom and H-Doom, and you will get a warning for those, so I'm sick of talking about Doom gameplay mods that I have no interest in playing. Which is pretty funny. Yeah, no, Tail Concerto and, I think the first time you do it, it's a 5-second warning. Oh yeah, that part's really funny to me, Furrow. But I'm just I'm so sick of people bringing it up. Like, I see what you're doing, Mike Saunders, and I respect it. Yeah, no, I don't have it set up to filter those words individually because why would I? It's only in combination. Let's see, where's this bring me? Oh no, that brings me back to whatever valley. Great question. They look more like an ankylosaur to me. Yeah, it's pretty much to catch people showing up to mention it. Mostly because, yeah, I play a ton of Doom on stream. Like, every single Wednesday. Though I'm actually going to be away this Wednesday, I apologize. But I have no interest in Doom gameplay mods. I'm interested in, new content for Doom, because people have never stopped making Doom levels. The Doom community is extremely vibrant. It has never, ever slowed down in terms of making, new content, and it's all amazing stuff. Yeah, Doom Eternal does nothing for me. I actively disliked Doom Eternal. Doom 2016 was fun, but Eternal missed me with it. Oh, yeah. Those are the worst, Furrow. Because they're not even subtle about it, Okay, that's our health restoring buddy up here. Where's my coat of arms guy? Because I want to go get a health potion. And then I think we're good to go to the final zone. Yeah, no, they made id Software, without really realizing it, created one of the strongest sets of foundational gameplay with a, I think, completely perfect weapon lineup and an incredible bestiary. One of the most compelling, unique sets of monsters in any game. And they didn't understand how to use what they had made. So Doom is a genre by itself. I've talked about this a bunch before, but like the kind of modern boomer shooter revival that's going on, none of those games are Doom inspired. They are virtually all Quake inspired. Now, I don't have any problems with Quake. I enjoy Quake, but I like Doom more. And it's kind of ironic considering that for the longest time, first-person shooters, back when they first started becoming popular, weren't called first-person shooters. They were mostly referred to as Doom clones. Yeah, why compete with perfection? Games like, Star Wars Dark Forces were described as a Doom clone, not a first-person shooter. Which is kind of funny these days. That reminds me, Dark Forces finally has a good modern source port. And it's really fun. It's still a great game. But it's so nice to be able to actually, play it in a convenient way. No, you're thinking of Chex Quest, Skumo. I still have my Chex Quest CD. Chex Quest proved so popular that it got 2 sequels. One in 1997, one in 2008. And people have, kept making Chex Quest levels for Doom. Not just new Doom levels, but specifically new Chex Quest levels. I played a new episode of Chex Quest about a year ago on stream. Very, very fun. Yeah, the Chex Quest guy looks awesome. I also love the explanation they came up with for why Chex Quest wasn't violent. No, the reboot, the HD one, avoid it. The original team are not involved in any way. It looks terrible. Chex Quest is a free game to begin with. Nice, I have a health potion now. What you want to do, just use any Doom source port. The Chex Quest WADs are totally free on the Chex Quest creator's website. Never pay money for Chex Quest. It has always been free. Yes, it does. It does boot into normal Doom when you beat it. But still with Chex assets, basically. So it's only the levels that load in. Yeah, no, I'd say just play regular Chex Quest. Load it up in, DSDA Doom or ZDoom or whatever source port you like. My only request for anybody playing any, Doom source port stuff, if you're using GZ Doom, for the love of God, turn off texture filtering. Normally, I would agree with the statement, like, the best way to play Doom is the way you have fun. And I won't, complain when somebody's using, their Russian overkill weapons set or whatever. The only thing I will complain about is if you insist on using texture filtering when playing Doom. Don't do it. Don't do it. Only villains do that. Is what I'll say. I'm gonna check the guide though. Because where am I going? Because we've got all the stuff now. God, no texture filtering. It looks so bad in Doom. It looks so bad. Let pixels be pixels. Let them be crispy. Let's see. Now I need to... From here, go back to the Grand Mountains. Whoops. I unplugged my headphones by accident. Give me a sec. Yeah, I think I've got everything. So, yep, I need to go back to... Grand Mountains, I think. Well, that's where I am now. Okay, now I think I remember where to go. Because there's one place that you can see, like, all the way up to the sky. Which was cool as hell. Yeah, so I think I need to go back to the Rolsa Valley. Yeah, so I need to go back down here. Pretty sure. I did things out of order. I went to the Tower of Garba before I even got the, coat of arms. Before I even got the armor. I made it way harder on myself than I needed to. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, this was the screen where I remarked earlier in the game how cool it looks. Seeing, like, the curvature of the Earth almost. Also, Eddie, the worst offender I've ever seen of that, by far, is, Grandia HD. Grandia HD applied texture filtering, not just to everything, but to the actual sprites in the game. It's not even applied as a post-processing effect. The assets used to build the game are coded in texture filtering, and it looks like absolute garbage. Like, it makes me weep to see it. I also have a lot of bones to pick with the... Oh no, I know where I need to go now. A lot of bones to pick with the Grandia HD team in general, because when they were first interviewed about the project, they told the press that they are basing the HD version that they're making not just on the PlayStation version, but on the Saturn original that we've never had translated before, that we've all been waiting a long time to see represented well, and they've just never done it. Oh my god, those look horrible, Aaron. But they said, we're going to, take things from both the Saturn and PlayStation version of the game. It was a lie. It was just the PlayStation version with horrible texture filtering applied. It looks absolutely terrible. Like, unbelievably so. Which is made even worse by the fact that they did a really good job with Grandia 2 HD. Grandia 2 looks great. They nailed it. Yeah, the DQ re-releases are atrocious. They're for people who don't know better. And granted, even in its ugliest possible form, Dragon Quest III is still a phenomenal game that everybody should play at least once. However, if you super need Dragon Quest III to look better, just wait for... Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. But if you really need, Dragon Quest III to look better, wait for the 3 HD 2D remake, which looks beautiful. You know, I'm excited to see that. So we play the flute. And there we go. Final area. God, this is so cool. They're only doing 3 that way, I believe, Aaron. Because 3 is the most beloved Dragon Quest in Japan. Like, that game made such a huge impact that in the West, it was not felt nearly as much because it didn't come out till like 1991. Whereas I think it was a 1987 or 88 release in Japan. And those couple years make a massive, massive difference, you know, when it comes to something like that. So how cool is this? Got a big old fortress. We're trying to get in and kill the evil Rygar and reopen the door to peace. This game's sick. Yeah, it is just 3. What modern game do I think made an impact like Doom or Dragon Quest? Unironically, Minecraft. Like, that made a huge impact on gaming. I don't like these shadow guys, so I'm just going to mostly ignore them. Because they're really dangerous. Yeah, no, 3 is absolutely one of the best JRPGs, just period. It's still an incredibly good game in any form. Actually, if you've never played any version of Dragon Quest III, the Game Boy Color version is really good. Like, shockingly so. We've got a maze to explore here. I could really use... You know what? I am going to look at the map. Starfighter 76 always comes through with the maps. Let's see. Sky Castle. There we go. That's where we're at. Okay, there is a life refill spot. There we go. Yep, the Super Famicom version is really good as well. But if you wanted a version that was officially released in English for whatever reason, then the Game Boy Color version, one, looks incredible for Game Boy Color. The animation in that game is gorgeous. That was rude, Mr. Shadow Monster guy. Thankfully, I've got my big buff buddy here to help me out. Oh, sorry, I scraped my knee. Can you help? Thank you. I love these guys. There we go. Do I have 2 health potions or 1? 1. Wasn't sure if the flute would supersede one of them. Alright, I'm gonna avoid combat as much as I can. Except, no, I've even got enough. I want to have the attack and assail magic built up, or enough to use that when I get to the boss, because that will basically make the final fight trivial, as it has for pretty much every other fight so far. So let me see. Okay, yep, I'm going the right way. So, Dragon Quest spin-offs, I was shocked at how much I loved both Dragon Quest Builders titles. 2 in particular. I don't like Minecraft. I don't like building games. I could not stop playing Dragon Quest Builders 2. And I think I figured out the reason, and it's because it feels like Dragon Quest first, and everything else is secondary. It's so good. I was absolutely blown away. Yeah, the Heroes games are super fun, but I was amazed at how much I loved all of the NPCs in Dragon Quest Builders 2. Like, I got more upset over some things in that game. I'm not even going to say... I don't want to spoil the plot of a Minecraft derivative Dragon Quest game. But there were characters in it that I absolutely loved, and I would make sure to keep them alive. and keep them in my towns, like bring them from place to place. Like the Valley Girl soldier guard, Brittany. Absolutely loved her. Top tier character. Not die, but you can, bring them even to other towns with you, as you progress the game. I'm gonna ignore Mr. Shadow here. I don't care for that. I loved Brittany. Alright. It's kind of funny that the door on this pyramid is off-center. I like that. That's funny. Alright. Let's fight Rygar and open the door to peace. Got him! Piece of cake. We win. And the door to peace has been opened! There we go. Look at that. A beautiful rainbow and a waterfall and a dove and lovely music. Oh yeah, Aaron, if they make a DQ Builders for Dragon Quest III, that'll be the best game they've come out with in ages. Yeah, Dragon Quest II Builders. If they make Dragon Quest III Builders, ho 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 ho. Also, what a fun game. Lily, it would be the best game. It would be incredible. The door of peace was opened, and peace did again come to Argul. People regained their smiling faces. The warrior who finished his fight returned to Argus. The warrior of Argus. You are really a true hero. There we go. That's Rygar. Game is super fun. Not that hard. If you feel daunted by it, don't. Highly recommend everybody give this a play. It is a very, very fun game. And it's extremely ambitious, especially for how early an NES title it is. This was 1987. Zelda 2 hadn't come out in the US yet. Simon's Quest hadn't come out just yet. This was doing it all. And it nails it. It doesn't have nearly as many cryptic dead ends as something like Simon's Quest, which I need to remind you is a game I dearly love. Yes, it's not as technically competent as some of those other games, but yeah, that's more my NES's fault. So even losing an hour of progress, it's not a super long game once you more or less know where you're going. And I only needed to check the guide towards the end. I remembered most of it as I played, but it had been a while. But that's going to be it for me tonight. So I'm actually away on Wednesday, class. So my usual Wednesday Doom stream, I'm not going to be there. We're not going to have a Doom stream this Wednesday. However, tomorrow night, depending how I feel, because I do have a rehearsal until nearly 10 p.m., if I have the energy, I will do a short late night Valentine's Day stream where I'll just read some love poetry in a relaxing voice. It's 50-50 right now. I don't know if I'm going to be up to it. Friday, however, I'm going to do something that's a first for me. I'm going to do a console war stream. So I will have both my Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis hooked up with a Switch to flip between them, and we are going to head-to-head compare The Lion King on Genesis and Super Nintendo and decide which is better, and try to make as much progress in each as we can, which is sure to be a painful experience. The Lion King is not an easy game. But we'll finally get to say which was better, Super Nintendo or Sega. No, I'm comparing the games head-to-head on my own talking object. Yeah, which is better, which is less evil? Who knows? We'll find out. I may or may not stream Saturday. I don't have any plans yet. No, I know it is Talking Object, but we're going to compare them. We're going to see which truly is superior. And I've gone over my criteria for licensed games before, so we'll see if the game holds up. I don't have any bootleg Disney games, Wayne, but I have a lot of Disney games. But with that said, let me see who's online. that we can go raid into. Let's do either Retro Raid or Rygar Raid or whatever you want to call it. If you've got my emotes, use my emotes. If you don't, use whatever ones you want. We're going to go with Retro Rygar Raid. Let me see who's on tonight. Trying to see... Ooh, know what? Let me see if she's still going to be going for a while. Okay. Ren just started streaming. She's playing Kingsfield, the first Kingsfield, and it's been a while since I've seen anybody play that. So we are going to go raid her. She's a millipede VTuber, plays lots of retro games. So we will Rygar raid into her, and I hope you all have a great rest of your night. I will probably see you tomorrow night, but if I don't, I will see you on Friday. Have a great week, everybody, and thank you for coming by for Rygar. It was a total blast. Very glad that I was able to beat it after the the system kind of shat the bed on me earlier. All right, night, everybody.